only told me that because it was Friday, but no, we're working through some issues. I think this parent wants to, is she one of our parents? And she wants to take off FMLA because
She wants to do family first. And I told her,
we're working through
we're offering daycare.
These need to put more towers. I mean, that's what
But coming through after that, I said, well, that didn't really sound about right, you know,
some glitches, but we're working through them.
so she called, I said, you want to talk to me to see exactly. But who was the person?
I had to listen to message. I didn't hear
Okay, yeah, let's get back to that. She told me the director there, and I can't imagine the director will give her all of that.
I thought it was 5:30. I'm glad I got here early.
All this meeting to order. Okay. And a motion.
Motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.2 to allow Board Member David Mitnick to participate in tonight's closed meeting and open meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from the school administration building due to a temporary medical condition that prevents his physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
So move.
Second.
Board members, please vote.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Are we going to be able to? Mr. Mitnick for a moment. Mr. Mitnick's going to join us. We need another motion for Mr. Mitnick to join us in the closed session?
So moved.
We've already had that motion. We now need the motion to go into the closed meeting.
We need a motion to go into closed session, I'm sorry.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion and/or consideration of the personnel report regarding prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers and employees of the school board, and more specifically, as relates to the following. A, the resignations of individuals employed in the following positions: teachers, teacher assistants, bus driver, custodians, person view, testing administrator, cafeteria associate, head custodian, parent resource coordinator, and assistant principal. B, the hiring of instructional personnel for the following subject areas: SPED, GC teachers, fourth grade teachers, Spanish teachers, FACS teachers, hearing impaired, SPED teacher, English social studies, seventh grade, SPED, AC teacher, first grade teacher, and English instructional specialist. C, the hiring of non-instructional personnel for the following positions: administrative assistants, behavior specialists, bus mechanic, custodian, school nurse, speech-language pathologist, and teacher assistants. D, the hiring of a part-time individual to be employed as a safety monitor assigned to Hill Point Elementary. E, the hiring of individuals employed as substitute teachers and a substitute teacher assistant. F, the approval of a school employee to be paid a first stipend of $150 for full or partial training as a substitute bus driver trainee. G, the approval of 4 school employees to be paid a second stipend of $150 for full training or partial training as substitute bus driver trainees. H, the approval for 2 school employees to be added to the approval list of special education summer employees as special education teachers at the rate of $26.40 per hour from Monday, June 15, 2020 through Friday, August 28, 2020. I, the approval of compensation of an employee to serve as a facilitator for Streaming and Excellence Summer Camp at Booker T. Washington Elementary School from July 28, 2020 to August 14, 2020 at the rate of $28 per hour, including FICA. J, the approval for compensation for an employee to serve as an office assistant for the 21st CCLC program at Booker T. Washington Elementary School for up to 4 hours per week at the rate of $18.23 per hour. K, the approval for an employee to receive a tradesman licensure stipend for $1,200 for the 2020-21 school year as a master heating, ventilation, and air conditioning position in food services. L, the approval for 3 individuals to receive compensation for serving in the capacity of lawn maintenance workers for Lakeland High School, Kings Fork High School, and Nassau River High School. M, the approval of termination of a specific bus driver due to job abatement. N, the approval of 84 school teachers to provide services as curriculum writers for the 2020-21 school year from August 17, 2020 until September 30, 2020 at the rate of $26.40 per hour for the following schools: Florence Bowser Elementary, Kings Fork Middle, John F. Kennedy Middle, Nassau River High, Lakeland High, Kings Fork High, Forest Glen Middle, College Career at Pruden, John Yates Middle, Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, Nassau Parkway Elementary, Elephants Fork Elementary, Creekside Elementary, Oakland Elementary, Kilby Shores Elementary, Northern Shores Elementary, and Mac Bend Junior Elementary School. The approval for exemption authority to and in a contract with Soliet Health Services and provide a contract to hire an individual to serve as an interpreter for $28,361. P, the approval for a school employee to receive additional hours as a graduation coach for the summer school at Kings Fork High School at the rate of $31.50 per hour from 4 days a week and up to 9 hours per day. Q, the approval of 6 school employees to receive compensation for organizing the sixth grade transition virtual presentation at Kings Fork Middle School at the rate of $26.40 per hour. R, the approval of a request for a school employee to be removed from the substitute teacher list. S, the approval of a hiring of assistant principal designee for Florence Glen Middle School and a supervisor of math instruction at the school administrative offices, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And 2, the discussion and/or consideration of the pupil personnel report, where the discussion in an open meeting would involve the disclosure of information contained in a student's scholastic record, and more specifically as it relates to the following. A, 430 out-of-zone requests for students enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools for the 2020-21 school year, and B, disciplinary action assigning 4 students to Turlington Woods School for a period of time, 3 students being returned to their base school, 1 student assigned to the Tidewater Regional Alternative Educational Program, and 1 student assigned to virtual learning through the first semester of the 2020-21 school year, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
Motion.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooke Buck,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We'll return.
Hey, David?
Yes, John.
All right, good, we're up. So when we finish this meeting, don't leave the meeting you're in. Don't
Okay.
act if we're running continuously straight through. I will move you electronically to the other meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Waller, we did not announce this, but I think I'm safe in saying Mrs. Byron's husband is very ill. That is why she is not here. Yeah.
Mr. Mitnick, can you hear us?
I can hear you, sir, yes. Hey, I'm well.
Check, 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 check.
City Hall.
Hey, David,
Yes, sir.
I'll move you to the other meeting. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wong.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of September 10th, 2020 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia as amended requires a certification by the school board that each closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
Need a motion.
So moved.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooke Buck,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
We will now close this portion of the meeting and reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Technology up in here. So I didn't get Chris.
They are. Yeah, they really. Right. Yeah. I work with the circumstances that you have. Right. Yep. In my mind.
I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. The Suffolk Public School Board. I'm going to take a point of privilege for just a second and say that our chair, Mrs. Phyllis Byram, could not be with us this evening. Her husband is ill. If it is your tradition to pray, I'd like to ask you to just have a moment of silence for her and her family at this particular point in time. Her husband is ill, and that is why she is not with us. Just for a moment. If it is not, then just be silent. Thank you. I'm going to call Mrs. Rita Mayo for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Mayo, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have two action items. First, our personnel report. It's our first action item. Ms. Mayo?
Madam Vice Chair, I move that we approve the personnel report.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick. Board Member Mitnick.
Mr. Mitnick? Mr. Mitnick, can you hear us? Can you come back to him?
Yes, ma'am. Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
No.
Board Member Mitnick.
Hey, John. I have no sound.
We can hear you now, Mr.
No.
Mitnick.
Okay. Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
We have one more. The
What we
pupil
gotta do?
personnel report.
Do those before the pupil personnel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to take a brief moment to announce our interim assistant principal at Forest Glen Middle School, Ms. Kara Bird, has a Master of Education from Liberty University in Education Administration and Supervision from 2018, a Bachelor of Science from Old Dominion University in Special Education in 2013, also a Bachelor of Arts from Virginia Wesleyan International Business in 2006. She'll be joining the Forest Glen family. She's been there for about the last week and a half or so, filling in for us on an interim basis. Ms. Bird, I don't believe is here tonight, but we'd like to pause to give her a brief round of applause, if we don't mind. We do have our new supervisor of math instruction that is here, Ms. Kelly Greening. Ms. Greening has a Master of Education from George Mason University in Education and Leadership, Bachelor of Science from California State University from San Marcos in Biological Sciences in 2001. She's formerly served us as the Math Instructional Specialist from 2016 to a couple of weeks ago, and we're so happy that Ms. Greening is here. So Ms. Greening, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium, I think I saw her earlier, and if you want to say a couple of words to the board, or if you have any family members that are here in attendance.
Good evening. My husband is watching from home, so hi, honey. It really is an honor and privilege to continue the legacy of the math department at Suffolk Public Schools, and I thank you for this opportunity to continue to serve our Suffolk Public Schools community and family. Thank you.
Now we'll have the pupil personnel reports. Ms. Mayo.
Madam Vice Chair, I move for the approval of the pupil personnel reports. Second.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Motion to approve, please.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item on the agenda is citizen comments. Do we have any citizens
No, ma'am.
for the agenda? Okay. All right, then we may move on. Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Brooks Buck. I'm going to ask Ms. Ward to come on up as we have several items for our good news report today. OBC Healthcare Foundation Grant Award. We also have Ms. Zoe Swindell for her Zoe's Tea Party. SPS alumni, actor lead role in the upcoming film with Aaron Dallavilla. Longtime Lakeland High School groundskeeper say farewell, and two of our great administrators here in Suffolk Public Schools with Shalise Taylor and Caitlin Black selected for the ASCD 2020 Emerging Leaders. And there's a lot of other good things, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Ward at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. To begin our good news report this evening, I'd like to start by highlighting a grant that Suffolk Public Schools received from the OBC Healthcare Foundation. The foundation awarded SPS a $50,000 grant for the period between September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2021. The grant will be used to support staff training and implementation of division-wide social emotional learning instruction and supports. Moving on to mention Ms. Zoe Swindell. Creekside Elementary student Zoe Swindell was mentioned in an article in the Suffolk News Herald for her annual Zoe's Tea Party, the virtual edition, of course. The Tea Party tradition began after a house fire in 2017 as a way to de-stress before school. This year, approximately 22 girls received invitations to participate. During the session, the girls decorated teacups and sugar cookies. They also made finger sandwiches to go along with their tea. Thank you, Zoe, for sharing such a precious moment with us. All right, so next we have Mr. Aaron Dallavilla, and he's actually not here with us tonight. But born and raised in Suffolk, Virginia, Aaron attended Nansemond River High School. He studied music and dance training at the Governor's School for the Arts and classical ballet and classical modern dance. Prior to, Aaron played the tenor saxophone in both the middle school and high school jazz bands. He competed in the all-city competition for Nansemond, and he was then accepted into the jazz field of the music department for the Governor's School for the Arts. He later switched to the dance department, where he studied music and dance training in classical ballet and classical modern dance. After moving to New York City, Aaron pursued performance as an actor and has been featured in numerous film, television, and theater roles. An example, he has made a starring role in the series Duels, and a spot on the Fox TV series Gotham, which I'm sure many of you have probably heard of. Aaron has also done voiceover work in the popular video game series Earth Defense Force. Aaron auditioned for Glee Season 2 and was selected to be one of the top 40 male singers chosen from around the country to fly to LA for the next cut. Unfortunately, he did not advance from there, but you can still see a glimpse of him if you go back and watch the first episode of Season 2. Now, if you remember UPN 27, which was before CW, you might also remember the local show Teen News Now. Aaron was a co-host for the sports section of the show. Aaron certainly has quite the resume, and did you know he once went before the school board right here in Suffolk and shared with the board members that he would be president? Now, how cool is that? He still has plans for the presidency one day, but until then, we are all so very excited to see what he continues to accomplish in the future. I don't know, does he look familiar to any of you all? You can see him in some of his roles here. All right, so 2 of our Lakeland High School groundskeepers are saying farewell. So the Suffolk News Herald refers to Ron Robertson and Roy Waller as a behind-the-scenes duo who was put in countless hours to ensure that the landscape at Lakeland High School remains in top shape. Robertson is 69 and his father-in-law, Roy Waller, is 88. They both retired on Friday, August 28th. I want to share with you a quote from the article. "When I played high school sports, things weren't that well. And I said I'd always want to try to have things better," Robertson said. He said that to keep the fields in pristine shape, it was important to have a good working relationship with everyone, coaches, administrators, and students. Many of you may not have known that Ron Robertson previously served as a coach in multiple sports and as Lakeland's athletic director from 2004 to 2008. And Mr. Roy Waller is a former city councilman. Both will be missed deeply. Robertson's son Nolan, who works for the Suffolk Parks and Recreation, and Waller's son Daniel, who works as a social studies teacher for Lakeland High School, will assist with the duties of keeping the fields well manicured and ready for game day. This is definitely the definition of keeping it all in the family, and Lakeland should be so proud of the commitment and dedication of not only these 2 men, but of their family members who are willing to carry on their legacy. All right.
Are they here?
No, ma'am, they're not here. All right, the ASCD, or the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development's Emerging Leaders Program, contains a diverse group of educators who have been in education for 5 to 15 years and who have made an impact as leaders in their schools, districts, and communities. Emerging leaders gain access to networking and learning opportunities and are prepared for future leadership roles, including opportunities within ASCD. All emerging leaders are enrolled in the program for 2 years and are invited to participate in multiple opportunities, including attending the invitation-only leader-to-leader convening, writing for ASCD publications, and hosting the ASCD podcast. Emerging leaders are also able to explore several leadership paths within ASCD, and alumni from the program have become ASCD authors, faculty members, and board members. ASCD introduces these educators from Suffolk Public Schools as a part of their 2020 class of emerging leaders. Ms. Shalise Taylor, Assistant Principal at McBen Jr., and Caitlin Leitner Black, Supervisor of Science at SAO. Are either of you here today? Oh.
Yeah, come on up.
Do you have anything for them?
Just tell them come to the podium real quick.
Come on up.
I know that the recently acclaimed Dr. Taylor couldn't be here tonight, but we are so happy that Caitlin is here. She has done a tremendous job. As the board knows, we just brought her forward as our new science supervisor to replace Dr. Taylor a short while ago, and she's jumped right in. A great project has been brought forth by Ms. Jenkins as we're working on some great things for some of our middle school students when it comes to STEM and some aircraft and some other great projects. But Caitlin, just on behalf of the entire SAO and the board, I know the board want to say a couple of words as well. We just want to say thank you for the great work that you're doing. This shows us here that Suffolk Public Schools is being recognized on an international level. ASCD is international, ladies and gentlemen, and the great work of having two people as a part of that small cohort of emerging leaders really shows you about the great talent that we have here. So we wanted to take some time to publicly recognize you for all of your great work and for the great work that you know that's coming forward very, very soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate.
All right, now tonight we would also like to present something special to Jimmy LaRue, a reporter from the Suffolk News Herald. Jimmy, would you please come up to the podium? This is the Media Honor Roll from our Virginia School Board Association, and we were honored in being able to select either a reporter or the entire news station itself. And we chose you because we felt like you're very dedicated, you're very committed to always sharing the news that's happening in Suffolk Public Schools. You're always in attendance to all of our school board meetings, and we really just appreciate you for putting us on the map and putting us to the forefront to share some of the good things that are happening in our community. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board, we always want to take the time to recognize our school board for modeling what it means for professional learning and growth. And as a part of the Virginia School Board Association, which is the professional organization for school board members in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we want to take this time to recognize for a Certificate of Appreciation Board Member Karen Jenkins for serving as a member of the 2020 VSBA Audit Committee. So Ms. Jenkins, thank you so much for your service. This is signed by Rodney Jordan, the VSBA president. And similar to what I did with Dr. Buck, I'm gonna come and bring that to you right there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenkins, for serving on those committees. I know how much work it is to do that, how much extra time it takes to serve on those committees. And we appreciate the time that you've spent. I know that Phyllis would say that to you, and I do understand the commitment. You do that, you work full-time, and you do all the extra things you do for the board, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we continue continuing on with the good news report and reports from the superintendent, we have some special recognition from the Teaching and Learning Department, and I'm going to call up our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Okima Branch, and our Director of Curriculum Instruction, Dr. Maria Davenport, to recognize some special members of the Teaching and Learning Department who have went above and beyond the call of duty.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. We are ecstatic to share with you this evening about, as Dr. Gordon said, some of our staff, our team members, our partners, our colleagues who have gone above and beyond during this season of transition for us. We have supervisors, specialists, technology team members, many others who have served in several capacities to ensure that we had a positive and productive start to our 2021 school year. We are going to recognize these individuals at this time.
I just want to add that some of these folks don't know they're being recognized today, but I will say when we get into our presentation, you will see the amount of work that went into preparing for the school year, and we felt it was necessary to publicly recognize the hard work that they have put in the last month. First, we'd like to recognize Ms. Caitlin Black, Supervisor of Science K-12. We'd also like to recognize Ms. Katrina Carey, Supervisor of Social Studies and History, K-12. Ms. Kelly Greening, Supervisor of Math, K-12. Mr. Stuart Jones, Supervisor of Advanced Instruction, K-12. Dr. Lisa Myers, Supervisor of English, K-12. Mr. Andre Skinner, Coordinator of Career and Technical Education and Adult Education. Ms. Ann McCoy, K-12 Health and PE and Wellness Specialist. And Ms. McCoy, I do have to say, she straddles two departments. She works in finance and she also works in curriculum and instruction, so she's done an excellent job managing both during this time. Dr. Jolene Neighbors, Fine Arts Facilitator. And Dr. Neighbors is also a classroom teacher, so she was managing many people at the same time as preparing for her own students this year. And last but not least, I would be remiss if we did not recognize our technology department, who are really part of the teaching and learning department. They make sure things are functioning. Ms. Christine Lafferty, data manager. She has been essential, lots of weekends, lots of emails and texts throughout weekends and late nights and early mornings, making sure that things were going to work properly. And the last person we have, she is not here this evening, but we will make sure her t-shirt goes to Miss Sarah McCalzak, who is what we call the Canvas Queen. She knows all things Canvas, and she made sure that all of our curriculum was pushed to the appropriate classes when teachers return. So if we would just please give them a round of applause for their hard work. Thank you.
Can we have that whole T&L team turn and face the board, please? There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, and for all of our Republican fans that are watching worldwide, I have to let you all know that this group of individuals literally worked 70 hours a week to get us ready for Tuesday. And the amount of dedication and time, and as we were discovering issues, they were literally fixing them at 11, 12, 1 a.m. I'm getting text messages at 6:30, 6:15 in the morning, having conversations. And one of the big adjustments that they really made, and I'm so proud of them, is they really see things through the student lens first, the teacher lens second, and then how we can make sure that those two cooperate and mesh together. It's just an outstanding group, and they have all heard me say so many times how we are building this plane as we are flying it. I'm so happy that nobody crashed. But the outstanding work that you all have done, and they're still working, because we're going to make these tweaks. Not only was it to get us prepared for September 8th, but it was also to make sure that we have a smooth transition from whenever we go back to face-to-face instruction. That was both ends that we were really working on at the same time. And just the camaraderie, you all can see, the camaraderie that we have right here in this T&L team is so special, and I'm just so happy to work with all of you all. So we wanted to take the time to thank you all publicly, and I know the board's going to have a couple of comments, but just thank you all so much for all of your dedication and hard work. That's right. You want to say anything, Dr. Buck?
During this time,
Thank you. Listen, I just want to say to all of you, and I will say it in my comments as I always do, I know how much time you all spend just trying to begin the year on a regular basis. In the midst of this pandemic, it is impossible to do what you do and do it within the 8-hour school day. It is impossible to get things done. And you all have just done a marvelous job. And again, I'll say things at the end as I usually make my comments and try to say things to encourage you. But I want to tell you, I want to thank you for what you've done. I say that to you in front of your face, and I've said that to you, two people, as they've talked to me, and they've let me know their concerns and whatever, but I've also let them know that it takes a lot of time to do what you do, and there's no way to have everything done and everything done perfectly. And in a normal situation, I've opened a lot of schools on a lot of school days in this almost half a century that I've been in education, and there are always glitches, but you all did a great job getting this started, and I just wish you well. There is no book, as I've trained leaders to be in schools, there is no book that prepares you for what we had to do this year. So I just want to say, keep on doing what you're doing and doing it well. Okay, just be encouraged, because this is just a totally different animal, and you all have done a great job. Thank you.
thank you.
Wait.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks Buck, and thank you, Board, for your support during this time. I want to give a very special recognition, and she's not prepared for this. The Director of Curriculum and Instruction is actually the person who is responsible, and I remind her of that regularly, for the curriculum and instruction. And this is a new role for her, although she has worked with this team, many of these members, for a number of years. And I want to really recognize and thank Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport for her countless hours of work and leadership, as she is part of the plane building process. And we have not crashed, and we will not crash, but I want to say publicly what I think of you and your work. So thank you so very much. And she's helped me. Now, we have opened Suffolk Public Schools. As of September 8th, 2020, we are in full-fledged 2020-2021 school year. There is a lot that went into place in order for us to open, as Dr. Gordon said. We want to share with you some of our statistics and the things that we have done. We want to highlight our wonderful teachers who transitioned just as we had to transition in this process, who love seeing their students face to face, not behind a computer screen, and we're not sure about how that would go, but they have met every challenge, and we are so proud of them. We have prepared them through multiple means, which we'll discuss this evening, but we want to let parents know, and you know, that they were prepared for September 8th. They have been prepared. They have worked hard, and they have done dedicated work to get us to this point. And so, let us share with you some of the mantras we've discovered and created over this time, as well as some of the numbers of our professional learning under our supervisor of professional learning, Dr. Chelsea Culp, and other activities that have taken place to prepare us for this school year. One of the reminders Ms. Caitlin Leitner-Black gave to me today is that we started this journey with 3 words that we repeatedly say, and that's patience, kindness, and being flexible. And we have had to employ all of those throughout this process. As you see, we employed a new learning management system. We prepared you and gave you that information a couple months ago. Well, over 1,197 staff completed the Growing with Canvas course over 6 weeks. With over almost 1,200 staff members, we actually have 1,094 teachers in that number who have completed the course. So we had not only teachers completing the course, but administrators also completing the course so that we would be prepared. We had over 150 content supervisors, specialists, and teachers who participated in over 4,000 hours of curriculum writing in order for us to be able to launch over 100 courses worth of content for our teachers to be prepared and to be able to launch without a hitch on the first day. Additionally, in order for us to prepare for our students, our division hosted Zaretta Hammond, a renowned educator who led us following her book and other tenets of her book and her research on culturally responsive practices. Her book, Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain, is a phenomenal work where you look at cultivating the academic mindset in not only students, but in teachers. How we look at academics and what students can do and their abilities differently. This was a full morning session on August 28th when Ms. Zaretta Hammond led us by the elementary group and the secondary group. And Dr. Brooks Buck, you were in one of those sessions. Thank you for participating in how we look at reading and how reading is fundamental for all success in our students. So all of these things we were doing just in the initial stages of preparing.
So with that, one of the things that we have implemented this year is the 5E model, which works in conjunction with the Virginia 5 Cs, and you can see the graphic there. Citizenship, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking, which are part of what is required of the new profile of a Virginia graduate. And so with this 5E model, we are really focusing on how students begin to question, observe, analyze, and draw conclusions based on the curriculum and the material that they are being provided. And so part of that was the expectations that teachers use this new instructional innovation plan. And you can see a sample of what that plan looks like. And the 5 E's are listed there: engage, explore, explain, extend, evaluate, and then lastly, of course, an assessment. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure that teachers had was the ability to put these into practice within the Canvas system. So what our curriculum team decided to do was to actually make each module within Canvas one of these items to make it easier for teachers. So in their shell that they received that had curriculum, they had a section labeled Engage, and it had material that was related to doing an anticipatory set. They had a section on Explore, what the students were going to do on their own. Explain, where the teacher may have a video or some kind of instruction to go over modeling. And Extend, where they would do independent practice. And then, of course, evaluating. What is the product you want students to create at the end to close out the lesson? And then lastly, the assessment. And so with that, we had teachers with the expectation that they would have synchronous and asynchronous, meaning they would be live and some would be on their own schedules, so that students could be able to reach the teacher during the day, but also work offline at their own pace in the afternoon. Another expectation we had for teachers was that they would use small group instruction, whole group instruction, and one-on-one remedial instruction. We have built that into the schedule. So our first week of school has been really focused on just getting everyone familiar with the system, having whole group lessons so that students could see the teacher and get used to how to use Canvas and how live sessions are going to run. And we didn't focus as much the first week on small groups because we want to make sure the students are able to work with the teacher before we move them into those small groups. And lastly, the synchronous instruction calendar that will be posted in Canvas as lessons begin to populate will allow parents and teachers to be able to put due dates in there. Parents will be able to see all their classes at one time. Students will be able to keep track of their assignments. One of the lovely features is once a student turns something in, it actually crosses it out on the calendar so they know that they've completed the assignment. They know what they still have left to do. So this was one of the features that we have set up for teachers and some of the expectations that we had for them as well.
During the August 9th school board meeting, you all as a board gave us recommendations for how we would come back to school. And so when we initially launched our plan, it was for 4 days. The agreement and the approval was for us to have teachers come in physically 2 days out of the week. And so our teachers work daily. We have a 5-day work week. We have a 5-day school week. So there's no exceptions there. But our teachers come in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays where their attendance is required in the buildings unless they have an exception and have been approved. Fridays are designated, as Dr. Lawson Davenport said, for small group, one-on-one, conferencing, additional remediation. Our teachers also participate in professional learning opportunities on Fridays. Those are planned throughout the month and designated for certain areas. Teacher work hours are 8:15 a.m. to 3:20 p.m. And itinerant teachers still work at their base school, and they do not have to travel because we're in a virtual environment, and they can teach out of their base school. Teachers are expected to maintain a communication log with parents and students. And so every contact that is made, every email, every time they meet with the student, they are noting that and keeping up with that information. Daily office hours are set for students and parent contacts, and our teachers have gone above and beyond over the course of these 3 days to reach out to students who may not have been there or they hadn't heard from them. They have used multiple means of communication, and they have logged that in order to ensure our students are there and present. Grades are submitted according to policy, so we did not remove or replace any grades or the number of grades, so we are doing instruction as instruction should be carried out. Teachers are recording their synchronous instruction for student playback. Previously, we shared that we want to ensure that there's equity within our school division, and so some students do not have ready access when a teacher is instructing. So we ask all teachers, it is part of their teacher expectations, to record all of their synchronous instruction, their live instruction, so that students can go back and watch that instruction for up to 14 days. We also have our teachers planning with their paraprofessionals for student support and remediation. In fact, today we had 111 paraprofessionals in day 1 of Canvas training, where we are providing training for them so that they know how to finagle in the system. They know how to work and go into small groups. 111 today, and we have another day of Canvas training, which is led by our Supervisor of Professional Learning, Dr. Chelsea Culp, and our Technology Department. So our paraprofessionals were very engaged in today's session. They said they needed more information, but they were excited that this opportunity was given to them to help support our teachers.
We thought it was important that you heard from teachers today. So we do have 2 teachers who would like to come up and share a little bit about their experiences. Both of these teachers worked in curriculum writing with us, so they have been with us since we started this process in early August. The first is Miss Nicole Kinchlow. She is a kindergarten teacher at Florence Bowser Elementary School. I must say she taught my son kindergarten, so I have a little affinity for her. And if Miss Kinchlow would come up and share her remarks.
Evening.
Good evening.
I just want to say before I start my little spiel that I can attest to all of the people that were brought up here. I think I personally emailed each one of them at least 1,000 times. Christine helped me on Friday night about 9 p.m. So they definitely have put in their hours. So up here on the board, you see a little screenshot of what my Canvas looks like. I do teach, as Ms. Davenport said, I teach kindergarten. So it's a little bit bright and colorful. The training modules that we started with, I was in the first cohort that worked in the first week of August on the Canvas. And the training modules were just a very basic overview of what Canvas did and what it could do, explained some of the workings and functions of it. Most of what I gained from Canvas was actually in the curriculum writing. I actually volunteered for that for selfish reasons because I wanted to get into the program and see what it could do and how to use it so that I was ready for the first day of school. So that was a little selfish of me. But through doing curriculum writing, I was the technology person on my team, so I was the one that loaded the Blueprint course for kindergarten. So it forced me to kind of learn all of the ins and outs of the system and come up with tips and tricks to navigate and take it back to my building to help train my teachers on my team. Canvas, I won't say is an easy system. It certainly comes with a learning curve. It's very multi-step oriented. There are lots of things, lots of steps that teachers have to follow in order to set it up. However, in using it for a few weeks, I am finding out that it's a very routine program. A little time consuming for teachers, but once you kind of figure out the ins and outs of it, the processes that you do are very repetitive, so it becomes kind of second nature once you figure it out. Just to walk you guys through a day in kindergarten really quickly. So I've kind of taught them that the first row of bubbles that you see up there, daily schedule, parent information, meeting links, and meeting the teacher, those are all parent buttons. So I tell the kiddos, just leave those buttons alone, they're for your parents. So inside the daily schedule, the parents can pull up what a day in kindergarten typically should look like. Parent information, the yellow bubble has a link to my classroom website, my office hours, my phone number and email, and all of the ways to contact me. The blue meeting link, I put 2 things in there. I put I figured out from maybe Christine or Paula shared it with me, I can't remember which one. I figured out how to link our conference button to it so that the kids can click on that and click on our conference button and be taken right to our live sessions. And then I also keep during my office hours when I'm not working with the students, like during their independent time, I have a recurring Google Meets link that I keep in there that the parents, so I just open the Google Meet up and the parents can hop in and out for anything that they may need to assist their students. So that's actually been really successful. And then the Meet the Teacher bubble is just my face and information about me. So then the second row is where the kids are starting to work. That's where we have our actual assignment modules linked. So each morning when we get ready to break apart and go away from them, I tell them, what number, so this week is just week 1. So I've been telling them, reminding them every morning, click on the big green bubble that has the number 1 on it. And that takes them to a list of our weekly assignments. They're labeled by day, so they would see Tuesday, and then the assignments for Tuesday, then they see Wednesday. In kindergarten right now, my school is keeping the assignments locked per day. They unlock at 8 p.m. the night before, so parents can kind of preview them in case they're passing their children off to a caregiver or daycare. They can kind of have a preview of what their student's gonna be working on the next day. And then, so we only unlock a day at a time. We didn't want to overwhelm 5-year-olds with a huge task. And then we've set our due dates. Currently, we're gonna see how it goes. We set our due dates for Saturday evenings for those working parents that need some extra time. Maybe if you can't get to Tuesday or Wednesday's assignments on that day, you've got a little bit of leeway to get in there and work with them, to try to work with our working families. So our day goes very typical of what Ms. Davenport described. We start our morning session at 8:30, and the kiddos all get on there with the conference link. We do, for right now, the kindergartners are doing like a question of the day as part of our social emotional just getting to know you types of things. So on Monday, nope, we didn't start Monday, we started Tuesday. On Tuesday, I happened to mention in my Meet the Teacher thing that I liked bunnies, so all of the kids started yelling out what animal they like. So that became our question of the day. What was your favorite animal? So we've just been doing a what's your favorite type of question each morning. And then we move into our reading lesson. We do read our story and do our comprehension skills and whatnot, and then they break off into an independent work session. They come back at 10:30 for their math lesson, get back on into a live conference. We do our whatever it is that we're focused on for the day. They have another independent work session, and then they'll go to lunch and recess and resource. And then in the afternoon, for this week, we've been doing, as Ms. Davenport said, and doing from 1 to 3. We've had office hours for parents, connecting with the ones that we haven't seen, checking in on them, getting to know them. So I've been doing lots of individual appointments. And then next week, we'll start working on moving that over to the kids' side and working with the kids directly. Just some things that Ms. Davenport and I talked about that we thought were kind of important to touch on. Just some reminders for virtual learning for not only parents, but staff and teachers and anybody out there in the virtual world. A typical day in the classroom is not going to translate exactly over into a day at home. We've had parents on both ends of the spectrum, some that think the work isn't quite enough, and some that think, oh my goodness, what are you doing to my 5-year-old? So we just wanted to remind teachers, staff, parents, all of them, that there are many transitions during the school day if we were in school, many opportunities for student exploration and interaction, independent practice. Our goal is not to fill an entire 6 to 7 hour school day for students at home just sitting and doing busy work. We really tried to design the courses with quality in mind rather than the quantity of work that they were doing when she touched on the 5 E's of the learning plan. Thinking of this process as a slow and gradual. I teach little people, so the older kids can handle a little more than our guys. So a slow learning process, a gradual process where we strive to build upon what we do with them. We add a little more in each week until we get them to that end goal that we want them to be at. Some observations that we've noticed, the students are way more resilient than we're giving them credit for. They're doing a really great job. It's the parents that are having the, oh my goodness moments. As adults, we kind of want to be fixers. We want to do things for them, so we've had to remind them, get your kid on, let them get adapted to the system, and then just kind of step back and see what they can do. Don't try to fix everything for them. Let them explore the system. They really can't break it. There's a home button, so if they click on something that they're not supposed to, in the way we have the module set up, if they click on something they're not supposed to, they just get a little message that says, your teacher says you can't look at that right now, and they go back home. So they really can't do anything wrong to it. So I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Miss Rebecca Hart. She is a 6th grade and, I hope I'm getting this right, pre-algebra teacher at Kings Fork Middle School.
Hi, I teach 6th grade math and 6th grade pre-algebra, so I'm trying to ease them in slowly, but I'm getting a little worried about the pacing. But I also did curriculum writing, so I've been working with Canvas since the beginning of August, and I think about a month in, I kind of know what I'm doing now. You've got 2 pictures up there, and what I wanted my kids to first see was like, what would they see at open house, because we didn't get to have open house. I wanted them to know what their classroom looked like, what information they needed to be successful. And so that's kind of where I made my welcome page. I linked it to the blueprint page that we had to put in there for curriculum writing. In my modules, I wanted them to have enough information where they could, if they wanted to work ahead, they could have the basis of it. I'm trying to teach them how to teach themselves almost, like I'm still going to teach them, but I want them to figure out how they learn information. If they, in middle school, if they want to learn a TikTok dance, they're going to look up and they're going to find out how to do it. So I think trying to help them learn how to find information, and then I can help them perfect the skill and getting it exactly what they need to move on to algebra. I laid out my courses so that it's going to be a week, so they can click on the week. It's at the first week of school, and everything has a date, so that 6th graders, they're they want to click, they get click happy. But I'm trying to, something was unlocked for like later in the semester, trying to make sure that they can stay focused and get the things done. What I think is going to be the biggest part for this virtual quarter is this is going to set up the foundations for how we can teach them from here on out. This is a way to change how we've been teaching, because so often the kids struggle and we go in and we scoop in and we save them. But now we can kind of be like, well, think about it for a second. What can you learn from it? Canvas has great potential. The first day of school, I had 77 kids on my roster, and 70 of them showed up, either through the conference or connected with me through email, say, hey, I missed the meeting, I'm sorry. And so that was a big surprise to me, because I was afraid Monday night. I'm like, what if only 2 people show up? How am I gonna reach out to all these kids and get it all done and get them in there? But 70, I mean, that was surprising to me to have all of them, and they want to be there. They're excited to be there. They raise their hands. You see them on the camera, like raising their hand, asking to ask questions. It's frustrating for them sometimes because the internet doesn't always want to work the way they want it to be. And I think that's going to be our biggest hiccup with the virtual, is just trying to get them to take a deep breath. If it doesn't work today, it was rainy today and stormy, that probably affected a lot of them. But they really were excited to be there, and they want to see their peers and they want to learn. I gave them actual math questions today, and they were raising their hand, and you saw them working it out on paper. And so I'm excited for where Canvas is going to take us for the year.
So you can see that two ends of the spectrum, elementary and secondary, it's a little different with the layout and the expectations of the students. But at the same time, all of the teachers that I have spoken to have said the students are great. The students are getting in there. They're being, they're patient. They're being understanding about how the glitches occur. And it's really, the teachers are being resilient and calming them down. And they really are ready to come back to school. And the students are looking forward to learning how to work in this new setting. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. George.
Additionally, during the August 9th school board meeting, there was great discussion about our special program students coming back into the building. Dr. Brooks-Buck, you were adamant and passionate in your statements, and all of those things were considered and the recommendations were made. Our students are coming in, our special program students are coming in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have had 126 special program students attending class. They are there. They are riding the bus, or their parents are bringing them to the buildings, but they are there. We have about an equal amount doing virtual instruction at 127. We only have 7 students we have been unable to reach. And so we are still looking for those students. All of our program students were contacted by our special education department. All of them. All of them received a survey as to which type of instruction they wanted to receive. These are very good numbers to have them in. We have been, as an SAO administrative team, we have been in the schools all week, and those students are very excited about being there. At Nansemond River High School, I was there observing their program. They have scheduled the bells to get the students into a routine so that they can hear the bell and know that there's going to be a transition and change, so that once we get back into school, they are very familiar. And as we had requested and stated before, they really need to be put on a routine. And so I'm asking Ms. Stephanie Whitley now to speak on that a little bit further.
Thank you.
Students that returned to school, as we went into the buildings and visited the buildings, were very excited to be there. Our teachers are excited. Students were engaged. They were engaging virtually as well as face-to-face, so they were able to do some activities and see their peers at home as well, so they can see their friends. And it's very important for our students with our intensive support needs that they are able to have a consistent routine. They're able to come to school each day and just have predictable transitions in their day and know what's going to happen within that routine. And I think our teachers have done a great job welcoming those students back in and supporting their needs. It's been a while since they've been in school, but it was really exciting to be out in the buildings and to be able to see the students engaged. And it just really felt good. It really felt good to see those kids.
Thank you. And we realize that you have probably been contacted about some technological glitches that we've experienced since the first day when we came back on Tuesday. Mr. John Littlefield is going to speak to what we have been able to do and what our system has been able to hold starting this school year. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Littlefield.
First, I want to know, I didn't get the email about the black suit jacket. What's up with that? Good evening. I'll take the glitches and it's really challenges, but let's first talk about some of our statistics. Dr. Gordon asked me multiple times leading up to the first day of school, John, do we have enough capacity? We have a 5 gig or 5,000 megabit pipe coming into the school district that feeds our school buildings. We used 800 megs of that on Tuesday and Wednesday. That's 16% of our bandwidth. We typically use, when we're at full capacity with students and staff, about 2,500 megs. Peaks up around 3,000. Week before Christmas, we see it go up a little bit higher than that, but our average is in the neighborhood of 2,500 megs. We have more than adequate bandwidth to serve the needs of our teachers when they're in the building and our students that are there as well. We've distributed all of our hotspots. It's a little over 1,000 of them. We put them out there. We've swapped out a few to try and accommodate some of the needs of our families that live out in the rural areas. You know, the Verizon may not work, the T-Mobile may work, vice versa. We've worked out. In some situations, I'm going to be very honest, neither will work. I've talked to hundreds of parents this week and trying to work with them, find what we can do to help within the means of the school division. We'll talk a little bit more about some of that in a little bit here. This is great news. Dr. Maria Davenport shared 12,000 of our students have logged into Canvas and have been active in our courses. Our enrollment is right around 14,000, so that's an excellent number at the second day, third day of school. Before school opened, we worked endlessly to get the elementary Chromebooks prepared to give out to the students. The target date was August 31st. We started the distribution at the elementary schools. My staff, we had to unwire carts, get the Chromebooks prepped, pull the power supplies out, sort them by touch and non-touch so that we could provide the touch devices to the younger students, our pre-K, kindergarten students, and get them where they need to be. We also had to move Chromebooks from the high schools down to the middle schools because the rising sixth graders were coming out of elementary school without devices. So we needed to get the devices that the seniors brought back and some other devices and bring them down to the middle school. So we did this great shuffle prior to the teachers returning. We also had a lot of repairs. Be honest, you know, the Chromebooks have been in the carts since March 13th in the elementary schools, unused. Teachers didn't have an opportunity because it was sort of sudden when we went out for COVID-19 in March. So they didn't put in tickets for repairs. We didn't know about them. So the techs checked each one. Are the keyboards all intact? Are the screens broken? Is the power port functioning? Does it boot up? So they touched every one of those Chromebooks. Probably around 12,000 Chromebooks were touched in preparation. 13,060 Chromebooks have been distributed as of today to students. That includes what we distributed last February as well as what we distributed up through today. The media specialists are distributing Chromebooks at the schools to parents who didn't make it during that week of pre-service to try and get to those students. Challenges, and I like to look at it as challenges because that's really what it is. From the staff side, we have experienced delays, or as I'm referred to, glitches, lags, or interruptions with Canvas. BBB, as we refer to it, is the big blue button. I brought my team together today. Dr. Branch and Dr. Lawson Davenport shared with me some information from the schools. We reached out to the schools that were having issues, sort of to consolidate it so we knew what we were doing. Christine and Eric, John Bowman, Sarah Mahalshak, and myself, we sat down and went through this, took every model of Chromebook that we have, put it on our network, and actually ran through Big Blue Button. Ran through the problems that teachers were sharing with us. Tried to simulate it, to recreate them. And we did. We actually were able to recreate these problems. We identified that Big Blue Button, it is a free product provided in conjunction with Canvas. Well, often we say you get what you pay for. It is not a perfect product. They do have, when the teacher goes to share their screen, the Blue Button will lock up or freeze. Oh, we just had that happen here. So it just continues to be a challenge. We looked at Google Meet. We wanted to see, is Google Meet a better delivery platform than Big Blue Button? It has a few challenges, but not the same challenges that we had with Big Blue Button. We also looked at Zoom, and we looked through that. About, I'd say, 11:45 this morning, I called Dr. Lawson Davenport, said, can you and Dr. Branch come over and sit down and meet with my team so we can review our findings? Because I wanted them to understand, as our partnership with our teaching and learning department, we want them to know what the problem was so they can go and address it. So we went through all those scenarios with them and shared it out so they can just make some determinations. I believe, Dr. Branch, you sent an email out to staff regarding that this afternoon. So we're looking at our problems. We're analyzing them. What can we do? What changes do we make? And we know that we have to adapt, modify, and adjust in order to be able to change and meet the needs of our students and our teachers to accommodate what challenges we run into. Students, updates to Chromebooks. 14,000 students, 13,060 Chromebooks out there. A lot of the students didn't use them this summer. They sat on the bed table, under the bed, in their book bag, elementary ones in the carts. Chrome typically releases at least one update every month. That was 6 updates a lot of Chromebooks were behind on. So a lot of them came in, first day of school, updates coming in. Challenges for our students. Lack of internet connectivity. Jimmy, we've had a lot of conversation with this regarding internet connectivity issues. He came and met with me, I believe it was Wednesday? Last Friday. To discuss what are the challenges we're seeing. Suffolk is a huge city, 426 square miles. We have students in downtown areas. There is charter service there, but maybe the family can't afford it. We have children out in the Whaleyville borough, out in Southwestern, out in the Holy Neck borough. There's no internet out there. The Spectrum service doesn't go out there. Verizon, T-Mobile, their coverage is weak at best in these areas. I know the city's putting together a grant to try and extend some of this, but our needs are now. The hotspots are out there, but if you don't have strong cellular service, the hotspot really doesn't solve your issue, and we cannot fix that. The school division cannot fix that. Internet performance, that's a huge piece. A lot of the requests for the hotspots, I have personally reviewed every single request that has come in for a hotspot. And a lot of them are, they have Spectrum, but they don't have Wi-Fi, or they have poor performance. Again, that's a problem the school division can't fix. It's a challenge of internet. They may have an old router. Their wireless router may be old and out of date, and it just isn't serving the needs. Our Chromebooks come out, they're running the latest drivers for wireless, the 5 gig Spectrums out there, that's the fastest one you can get, but their router may be a 2.4. So the Chromebook will downgrade and connect to it, but it's a very slow connection. So that's a challenge. How do we address that? My guess would be is we may have to put out some white papers to our families, maybe to help educate them on how do you change this. I talked to one family, they had wireless in the house, the router, they admittedly told me it was 8 years old. I told them for about $30, they can go to Walmart, get a new one, put it in. Some of their problems will go away with that. But each case is unique and different for every family out there. I want to sort of give you guys a picture of what we can support. And I say we, it's technology, our instructional, our teaching and learning team, and the school division as a whole. We support the network in our buildings, what we provide. It's the fiber infrastructure. We've taken fiber to every single school building. We have the 5 gig pipe coming in from charter, lots of bandwidth. We support that. We support that fiber that goes every mile. Every mile of that, if it has an issue, we're on it. We deal with that. In the buildings, we have fiber and copper connections. Those we support. The devices, we have Chromebooks. We have approximately 18,000 Chromebooks in the district. That's a lot of devices. We support all those devices. And there are probably 12 models of Chromebooks in our district that we support. We also support the Windows devices, the telephone system, and you all have we've presented about the cameras and much more. Those are things we support. Outside of the scope of what we can support, cellular connections. I've talked to T-Mobile. I've talked to Verizon Wireless about where they have their towers and where their cell coverage is and where are these weak spots. Those are problems that are going to take months, maybe years for those providers to resolve. Dr. Lawson Davenport's husband invited me to participate on a committee. It's a 7-5 Resilience and Recovery Group. It's a regional group that is looking at broadband challenges in Tidewater. Big issue. Suffolk's not the only one out there. We probably have more issues than our neighboring cities, but we're not the only ones here. They're looking at the broadband pipe coming into our region, into Tidewater. It's too small. It's huge, but it's too small for what we do in our area. Virginia Beach has potential of broadband coming in from the sea. That's another connection. But the fiber networks are out there, just aren't interconnected and able to provide what we need. Home internet connections, I mentioned that earlier. Personal devices. Our number one charge is to support our devices. We know what the configuration is. Our technicians know how to solve those problems. A personal device, I have no idea what's installed on it, what it's been used for, what its update is, and challenges like that. We had students, or maybe parents, telling our buildings, I don't need a Suffolk Public Schools device. The reality is yes, you do. We can help you with a problem on that device, where on your personal device, we cannot walk you through on the phone trying to help you with a problem because we have no idea what is the status of that device. We want them to use our devices and our SPS accounts, or Google accounts that we put out there, because they're all integrated in there. Third-party applications. Canvas is a third-party application. Big Blue Button. Google. Tuesday, Google and Canvas had a problem in their two products tying together. It affected every school division using Canvas and Google. We saw it massively throughout the district. Nothing that we could do. We can report the problem. I believe, were you on the phone? Yeah, Maria was on the phone with Canvas and the state, and they shared at that time, hey, there's a problem with Google and Canvas. Well, we were experiencing that problem. That is outside the ability of us to support. We can notify them, we can ask, but that's really there. So there's a lot of those pieces. I want to show you next a picture. I told Dr. Gordon I wanted to share this because this thing's huge. The space, well, I'll try this little device here. Yeah, there we go. This is the internet. Hundreds of millions of servers, connections across the world. And these connections serve what's called the Internet of Things. It's a term that came out about 8 years ago. Internet of Things could be something as minor as a light bulb in your house to a high-end server or workstation. We have refrigerators connected to the internet, washing machines. All these devices are connected to the public internet. This is a huge network covering Tidewater, Virginia, and the world that ties all this together. Suffolk Public Schools is the building over here. I don't know if this is going to cooperate now. This building over here, this is our school district. We support that. This small staff we have at technology supports the 21 schools and all the connections within that and everything, the devices associated. Down below that, I tried to represent our houses that are wired, neighborhoods that actually have spectrum in there. And typically in a spectrum or a cable type network, they all connect to the same wire and they all interconnect. Well, the pipe going into that neighborhood has a limited throughput. You can think of it as a straw or a water pipe. That pipe is about that big, and that's all the traffic can get through that. We just injected 14,000 students onto this pipe during our business day. Last year this time, those 14,000 students weren't in their homes. They were at Suffolk Public Schools in our classrooms. So the delivery of this changed. We moved it to their homes. So that's a challenge. That is a big challenge. It's a challenge for Charter or Cox and the providers. Over on the right in the lower corner there's a red circle with dots, a cell tower in the middle. That represents our folks out in the country. Mrs. Mayo, the community you serve, Dr. Brooks Buck, some of the area you serve, these areas are rural. Their best solution, and it's not a good solution, is a cellular connection, a hotspot. There's 2 houses outside that. That represents our families who we can't provide. And their best opportunity is a satellite, possibly, and those are meager at best. I've talked to a gentleman, actually, he came to our school board meeting last month. He has a satellite connection. Today and yesterday, he probably had no connectivity because the weather literally impacts a satellite connection. And even with a good, clear, beautiful day, and it's a good connection, that connection at best struggles to support a bidirectional synchronous learning event such as a video conference with Big Blue Button, Google Meet, or Zoom. So that's sort of what I wanted to share with you. These aren't glitches. They're challenges. We will adapt, we will modify, we'll adjust. You know, our teaching and learning team, we're working together with them, seamlessly trying to work through what is a good solution for this. Can we provide a solution to every single student in the city? The answer is no. We will do our best, but the reality is we really can't. That's it. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Mr. Littlefield for that thorough analysis. You get him excited about this, and he goes on, but we really appreciate that, and the visual was very helpful. So now we're at the conclusion of our presentation with just next steps. We are reaching out to all inactive students. We've had over 12,000 who have joined in and are connected. We know they're present. For those who we have not seen yet, we have a process in place to reach out to them. Our teachers and our administrators, the counselors, have all reached out to students who were not present on their roster. They have reached out to all of them, and so we encourage our parents and our families to check in so we know where those students are. Please, 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 parents who are listening, know that we want to account for your child. Please contact us, contact the teacher, and we will get that student activated. Our paraprofessionals are being trained. So to support our teachers and support our students, they are being trained on Canvas and will receive Chromebooks. As part of that 18,000 number that Mr. Littlefield mentioned about the number of Chromebooks we have, they will be receiving Chromebooks. So we're not just training them without supporting them with devices. So they will be able to do small groups and remediation with students. They will be distributed beginning Monday. So our paraprofessionals will receive that level of support. Professional learning will continue to focus on the teacher's needs. In fact, a needs assessment went out today to gauge from them what they believe they need to be successful and to continue to move forward. And so our Friday professional learning will be centered on the needs of our teachers to support our students and to instruct our students. As Mr. Littlefield said, we don't have glitches, we really have challenges, minor challenges that we are going to address. We are looking at additional means to support our web conferencing. When we discovered that Big Blue Button did have some issues, it was an immediate result and conferencing about that. So we're working on a means to improve that. Our teachers have been phenomenal, and I know I've heard from teachers throughout the week. They may have received mixed results and may have been blamed that they weren't prepared. I beg to differ. We have put too many things in place. We have prepared them, as our two teachers said tonight. They were prepared. They are prepared. The challenges that we have faced this week have been minor in the big things. Not minor that we erase them, but in the big scheme of things, we have been more than prepared. And I don't want any of our teachers, our professionals, our administrators to feel that they are not, they are being cast down because a system went down. Systems go down as it went down in here for Mr. Littlefield. And he's a technology person. It should be working for you. But things have happened, and so we want We want our teachers and our students and parents and families to know we have worked really hard to get to this moment, and we will continue to rise. And as the Phoenix, we're coming out of the ashes. And so I welcome the opportunity to share with you our successes as we go forward. This is just the beginning. I keep reminding the team, this is day 3. We've survived 3 full days, and we're going to continue to survive. So patience, kindness, and being flexible is our theme. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Branch, Dr. Davenport, Mr. Littlefield, Ms. Whitley. One of the things I kind of want to reinforce that the team has mentioned tonight is we knew about those areas that we had connectivity issues, which is part of the reason why we have our resource access centers, which is part of the reason why we have the Khajiit devices. It's part of the reason why we have opportunities for our parents and our families to come up to our schools and get the exterior Wi-Fi. That's going to be really important. And out of the 13,060 Chromebooks that Mr. Littlefield mentioned, the 12,000 have logged on, we want to make sure that we're also very clear that the numbers that we're missing, yes, there are some that have not logged on, but the other numbers are some of those students in those specialized programs. The other numbers are some of our students who have decided to be homeschooled for the year, but they still count on our average daily membership. So it's not like we're missing thousands of students. I want to be clear in that. But we've identified that. And as you saw from what Dr. Branch put up on that last slide, it's really important. A lot of the things that's going to happen tomorrow is our teachers are going to continue to contact those that haven't had a chance to log on yet for various reasons. I got an email from a family where COVID has hit the home. And because of that, that's really been the focus. I mean, those are things that we continue to have to address. That's the importance and reason why we're recording these lessons. And, you know, as we keep things in perspective, I really like what Mr. Littlefield said, you know, because he reminded me. He's like, Dr. Gordon, it's a success. I'm like, why? And he says, look at what's happened to some of the other school divisions, you know, and you never want to wish anything on anyone. But the fact that we had that high of a percentage with some of the challenges lets us know that our staff was prepared. We're being very, very transparent for our school community because we know what the issues are. That's the main key. We know what the issues are. And now we're going to put into place some solutions. It's going to probably take us a couple of days because we want to make sure that Mr. Littlefield's team has a chance to test some things out. So we're going to lean on some of our staff members to kind of help us test some of these things out, and probably some of our students. So as I move on to the calendar of special events, I understand I've just been given word that Ms. Zoe would like to come and address the school board from the student perspective. So Zoe, why don't you come on up to the podium right here? This just in.
I think that teachers should get paid more, especially since COVID-19 came, because they're risking their health just to give us an education.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Zoe. We have to find out who her teacher is that paid her to say that. That was excellent. But that shows you, that's the leadership that we have here. And, you know, and when Ms. Connor sent me that information that Zoe wanted to speak, remember, this is the reason why we always keep kids first. That response right there. And our staff, our teachers, they knew when they heard me say it when I sent my email out last week, this is where teacher ingenuity has risen to the top. I was at Pioneer Elementary, and they were having some issues with the big blue button, and the teacher says, not a problem, Dr. Gordon, and had her cell phone in her hand and showed me the contacts and messages between her and the parents. But more importantly, what I love to see is when I've visited so far 12 schools, the chat from the kids. That is when you really know that the engagement is there. So definitely kudos to our staff for just being so flexible, so patient. Day 2 was better than day 1. Day 3 was better than day 2, and we're going to definitely make sure we keep that upward trend. As we take a look at the calendar of special events, Madam Vice Chair, National Learning and Development Month, September 10th, that's today, for the entire month. Special Education Advisory Committee meeting is September 16th. Our next school board meeting is October 8th. That is also the same day, students, that your first interim report will be issued, 23 days in. And October is also Virginia School Board Association Bullying Prevention Month. That's all I have for the board, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. I'd like a motion, please.
Madam Vice Chair, I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
As we move on, we have no unfinished business, so we'll move to new business. The first item is an action item. It's additional custodial staffing. Would you like to give us any additional information on that?
Yes, you all have the memo as our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Wendy Forsman, comes to the podium. This is a part of our plan from our original budget proposal that we had to take out last year due to COVID-19 for the reduction in overall available funds. But as we prepare for our transition back to whenever our students are back in school for face-to-face instruction, we want to make sure that this need is there, trying to be as proactive as possible. I'll turn it over to Ms. Forsman if she has any additional comments.
Okay. All right, sorry, just making sure where it is. All right, so as you know, you received last month from Mr. Napier the cleaning and health plan for the support staff and how we were going to keep our schools clean and sanitized. And so we really, as we began to look at that, you can see from the second screen here where the spraying of the disinfectants and the spaces, the wiping down of the switches, cleaning, all these products that we're using are EPA on their in list, or they're required. There are things that work for what we're looking to do in disinfecting our schools, but it takes a lot of extra effort on a lot of folks' parts to get all this done. So as we began to look at that cleaning plan, you can see those specialized disinfectant sprayers require 3 custodians to operate these machines all day exclusively in order to disinfect the entire school daily. So you have to dedicate staff to just doing that one task. That really causes some issues with our custodial staff. As we proposed, the superintendent proposed in his budget recommendation in February that we knew at that time some locations needed to be cleaner, that our current staffing level at that time, some locations were 25,000 square feet per custodial staff. We had a thing in there to increase the custodial staff, both full-time and part-time, in that plan as he proposed it, to get us to 18,000 square foot approximately. And that was adding 7 full-time and 7.8 part-time positions. Now, the 7.8 part-time positions are an equivalent full-time position, so it's actually 13 actual bodies, but the equivalent to that is 7.8 positions. But our current recommendation is to please put those back in, allow us to get started trying to hire those folks as we start thinking about children coming back to the building, so that we can clean and disinfect the way we need to and keep these schedules up as Terry presented them. The total cost of that, and this is an annual cost, this is not as of the time we hire them, please understand. I don't know when they'll actually get hired, so I had to use an annual cost. So this is a 12-month cost of $474,695. Now, where would that come from? You approved a budget transfer just a few minutes ago that kind of gives you an idea of where that's coming from. This just gives you the details of exactly where that's coming from. We recognize that these are recurring costs. Anytime you hire staff, it's recurring cost. But we have identified here a couple places where we have 2 years of funding to cover the cost. So for instance, this instructional software that was approved with the CARES Act at $176,000 per year, we have 2 years of funding for that in the CARES Act. The same thing with the malware. We had it's not on a CARES Act, but basically the malware, we got a 35% discount to sign up for 3 years. But we left that budget in there in case we had other needs and other things that increased. So we have that money for 3 years in our budget, paid for, ready to go, so we can dedicate this money to that. Then we also included in our ESSER application the professional development software for 2 years. So I feel like we have the funding to take care of this, even though it's a recurring cost, for the time period that we're in under this COVID pandemic, to cover adding these extra custodians at this time. Now, if we have to adjust at the end of 2 to 3 years, we will have 2 to 3 years through attrition to adjust that.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So we were given that 18-point plan, but as I visited, I don't see that 18-point plan has been put into effect yet. I don't see evidence of that happening. I definitely don't see carpets vacuumed. You know, things are still there. Teachers will say, well, that's been there since May. I just don't see evidence of that happening. So it concerns me, how are we going to, I thought the 18-point plan was great, but how are we going to make sure that that's actually happening? Because it isn't. That's one concern. The second concern is, I think, and please let me know if I'm right or wrong here, the teachers were told not to bring in their own cleaning supplies. Is that true? Okay. But the problem is they haven't been given any cleaning supplies. So when they ask for them, they say that they don't have them. So maybe that's a communication problem, but there's definitely a disconnect, because they're not getting the cleaning supplies. And so if they're not to bring theirs in and then they're not getting them, we gotta match that up. That's all I'm asking. I see that some schools had their 18 thing listed, put up there, but it's from April 23rd. Nothing's checked off. It's just not happening. Help me out here. Help me out.
So, Ms. Napier, before you address that, because I know you sent an email out today, Ms. Story, I'm not really sure how you will be able to determine if those 18 things are actually occurring, because the majority of the things are actually occurring after the staff leaves. Mr. Napier sent an email out today to inform us that we now have the spray bottles there. Part of the reason why we wanted to make sure that staff didn't bring in their own cleaning supplies, because it's not part of the disinfecting plan. And also, you don't know the effect it's going to have on the other people within the building.
I agree.
So one of the things that Mr. Napier's team has done is to make sure that the oxidizing machines and everything that we use basically comes back to water. Part of the reason why we're asking for the additional staff is so that we can make sure that every area is going to be taken care of. The slide that you saw from Ms. Forsman of the 25,000, that's kind of where we're sitting at with some of those things. That's why we put some limitations on what areas we want the staff to go to, why we were actually kind of confining staff to their classrooms, because we knew that it was going to be a challenge for our current levels. Plus, when you add in some of our custodial staff that's had some other illnesses, was asking to step out. So we want to try to be as proactive as we can with making sure that if we can get these people hired, by the time, if we vote on that next month, that our students come back in November, they are there, and the staff is already in place. Mr. Napier, you want to talk a little bit about the cleaning checklist itself, what Mr. Downs has done, as well as the email you sent out today?
Yeah, I think the cleaning checklist that you're referring to, if it was dated April, was actually a summer cleaning list that actually has nothing to do with what custodians are doing today. The 18-point plan that we put out, we had some big challenges with that, given we are understaffed. And let me just explain that to you for a minute. Since April, due to COVID-related situations, FMLA, workman's comp, we've lost over 4,000 man-hours and counting in custodial labor. And if I could just put that into the context of a 40-hour work week, that's 2 years of work that we've lost. So we've run into some challenges. I think we've done a very good job, at least our custodians, and I think Mr. Downs has done a good job with his custodians, but we did have to adjust the 18-point plan for the virtual period, and we revised that 18 points to 9. It's my understanding that the spray disinfecting is going on daily. I don't know who's telling you it isn't.
Well, I visited the schools.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see that because it's going on at night.
Right. So you can tell me this. help inform me. So when they spray, am I assuming that all surfaces are to be cleared off when they spray? Because if they spray, would it get books and papers and everything wet?
Yes, and we put out a memo to them explaining what needed to be done.
You mean today or yesterday
No,
or
this
something?
was a month or so ago.
Okay, so again, I'm going to suggest that there's a disconnect here because I guess papers would be ruined and all sorts of things would be going on if those
But
sprayers were being used.
We don't know what would happen to papers. That's why we asked them if it was important to you not to leave it out.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Custodians can't do that.
No, I'm not finished, I'm sorry. So, okay, I'll give you that. I don't know about the sprayers, but if it's a 9-point plan, okay, are we going to have some accountability? Are they going to check off? Are they going to initial? How do we know? How does a teacher know when they come back in at night, or when they come back in early in the morning, that that's been done at night?
We aren't reporting to teachers. Head custodians are filling out a weekly log where they are saying to us by signature that the things that they've been instructed to do each night are being done. That's done weekly. Now, the daily tasks that we have adjusted for them, the weekly tasks, the monthly tasks, all of those items are on their weekly log, and they are signing off saying to us, by my signature, these things have been done by my custodial crew.
Okay. I'm going to also just suggest and put out there, and it won't be popular. I have no illusions that this will not be popular. But if there were that many hours being lost, this isn't just a matter of, okay, maybe we have a couple buildings that are dirty. This is a pandemic. This has to do with teachers, administrators, secretarial staff, potentially getting sick. And they have to be clean. They have to be clean at a standard that we have promised. And if you, and I can certainly, if you lost that many hours, hey, that is a reason, but then we need to hire from the outside. If that means we need, wait a minute, wait. If that means we need to temporarily hire some custodial work from the outside, then I'm all about it. Now, I know that's not popular. I saw you shaking your head no, but we have to be able to get the buildings clean and now.
Ms. Forsman, wait, one second.
Just a
I don't
minute.
mean to
Wait,
interrupt.
excuse me. Right now, I have the gavel.
Yes.
Right now, I have the gavel. We're going to pause for just a moment. Just a moment. At this point, we are talking about hiring extra people to take care of the problem. That's what the point of the discussion is. Am I correct in assuming that's what we're talking about?
That was the request.
So if we could move forward with that, I think that the problem might be taken care of. I believe. I think we're all in agreement that we're coming up on a solution to take care of the very problem that we're trying to discuss. Because I believe your concern, Ms. Story, is valid if the building is not clean, because there's no way to keep it safe, keep people safe if the building is not clean. So I agree with you in that regard, and that is why we're coming up with this solution. So at this point, we all agree that we need the extra help to take care of the problem. Am I correct in that assumption? So since we've made that assumption, we're moving forward with that, we're all in agreement that we need extra help in doing that, then if we have other questions that are outside the realm of what we're all in agreement about, then I think we need to move forward with it, because so far, we're all in line, we're all considering the same thing. So if there are other comments that are out of the realm of what we're talking about right now, then we need to make those, but if they're not, then we can move forward with this. Okay?
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Riddick, would you like to add something to the discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I would like to move that we approve the recommendation that's on the floor to hire additional staff.
Is there a
custodians.
second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, Vice Chairman, can I ask you a question? What do you feel is a reasonable time to have these people hired so that the buildings are clean? What would you recommend, what do you think is a reasonable time now so that it happens? Because, teachers are going to come back into the building next Tuesday, so what do you think is a reasonable time? I'm deferring to you.
I believe that since we're all in agreement that this can take place, I think we can move forward with it as soon as possible.
Well, how long do you think it'll take to get those hired, do you know?
I have no idea. I have no idea of what the workforce is like, or I think we're talking about adding hours to those people who are part-time. I don't think it's going to take us a while, but that would depend on the pool, on how long it takes to interview people, on what people are available who are trained to do what they need to do. But I think we're going to move forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to say this because I've had the privilege to attend and visit several of our schools, and I want the narrative to be set properly. Our schools are not filthy. Our schools are not in deplorable condition. Some schools may need a little bit more tender loving care, but that's due to the age of the facility and not negligence from staff. So I want to be clear in that fashion. I want to go on record that our schools are not in deplorable condition that will be putting staff at risk. I myself, last week and sometime out of this week, have went through over 5 schools, and I walked the halls myself. Not to find fault, but in walking, you can tell whether it's clean or not clean. We have a good staff, and they're working tirelessly over the summer. I had the privilege to go out to several schools and see our staff in action, and I even tried to join in and do some work because I understand that it takes a team. Anyone can identify a problem, but it takes a superhero to join in for a solution. Not calling myself a superhero, but we're all in this thing together. Sometimes we have to wear different hats without trying to take the reins of leadership from the people who are assigned to do that task. It's when you see something, whatever your hands find to do, do it. And I just want to close on that note. Our schools are not in the misled condition that is being alluded to here on tonight.
We're going to move forward with item number 2, school board approval requested to increase access to face-to-face instructions for students with disabilities with intensive support needs. Do we have someone who would like to address that?
Yes, so Ms. Whitley, our Director of Special Education, is going to come forward to the podium. This is basically a continuance of our conversation, as we know that we have a SEAC meeting next week, as we said, in our calendar of special events. This really kind of reinforces the request of the routine that Ms. Whitley's team has spoke about from her communication with case managers, specialized program teachers, as well as families. So Ms. Whitley, I'll turn it over to you if there's anything you want to add that was already listed on the memo.
Sir, so many of our students with our intensive support needs participate in a functional curriculum, and they're working on not only functional reading and math skills, but daily living skills, communication skills, and social skills. And those are all areas that are really difficult to support students in the virtual environment. By having access to the building 4 days a week rather than 2 days a week, it allows us to give that consistency to them in those areas. It also increases the time and the opportunities for them to participate in the different therapies that they need with our related service personnel. It allows opportunities for the services to be pushed into the classroom and for students to be able to really benefit from them. They need those face-to-face.
Are there any questions from board members?
I got a question. What are some of the ways we're going to ensure, as you just heard, our students and our staff will be safe?
I think we're already doing that. Students came back this week, and parents have done a really good job with kids with practicing social distancing and wearing masks. The students were wearing their masks for the most part. They were walking in their lines when I saw some of them in the hallways, and they had space between them. We have provided our staff with safety materials and such as goggles and face shields. We've got gowns, gloves, the clear masks, additional masks that we gave them. So, and we've got protocols in place, and our staff's following the protocols, and we're teaching the students. So even though due to disability-based needs, they may not always understand, we are practicing with them, and establishing those routines and being able to consistently do that is going to ensure that students understand, they know what to expect, and they're able to follow those.
So then I guess the question would be, are you asking that special education teachers come back 2 extra days a week, or are you asking that therapists work with teachers, with students on the extra days? How would that, are you saying that the special education teachers assigned to these students would have to come to school on days when other teachers do not have to come to school?
We're asking that the program teachers come back and to be able to support the students with face-to-face instruction. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So I can be clear, are you talking about just the
Dr. Brooks
students
Ball.
that we have now, or you're going to bring more students in?
In the program classes, and the parents have decided whether they would like virtual instruction or face-to-face instruction. However, if parents were to reach out and say that they'd like their students to return, because we are coming every day, and so we can ensure that we have a consistent routine, we would open that up for them too.
Mr. Mitnick? Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, Dr. Brooks Buck, I was having a really hard time hearing Ms. Whitley, and somebody apparently just turned up the volume for that last statement, but I think I probably missed something important that she said at the beginning of her comments.
You can ask your question. If you have a question and it's a repeat, that's okay. Ask your question. It's okay if it's a repeat, if it's something you didn't hear.
My question would be, how do we know after 2 days of having the kids in school that we need to bring them back more days?
He's saying after only 2 days, how do we know that they can handle 4 days?
We know that we need to give students
Yes,
access.
that's my question.
We know that we need to give students access because we know that the services and the therapies that students in our programs who have intensive support needs and the things that they require, that they need to have that consistency. And it allows us to have access to those students to provide those therapies and to address the alternative curriculum, the functional curriculum that we're working with.
My question would
Are
also...
we able to,
Go ahead.
are we able to supply all the PPE needs that we would have for these classroom teachers and the assistants and the itinerant teachers that come in and the therapists? Do we have PPE for all of them?
Not only do we have it, but it's also already been distributed. It was distributed before school started. And we have extra. So if they need more, all they have to do is reach out and we get more right to them.
Okay, I received comment that there was not PPE available for 4 adults that were in the room. There wasn't PPE for all of them.
PPE went out to all the schools, and I actually got a call right before the school board meeting from one of our schools who had concerns that the staff had not come directly to the principal, so it kind of got around to him roundabout, so he wasn't aware of it, and neither was I, that they did not receive their equipment. We're not sure if it's in the building and it hasn't been located, or if it was missed, sent out from the office. However, I've already made arrangements for that to be delivered first thing in the morning, so that'll be there tomorrow. It'll be there when they come in next week.
I have a question about the teachers.
how do they feel about having to come back to school days that other teachers do not have to come back to school? Special education teachers are teachers too.
Yes, ma'am. The teachers that I've talked with in visiting the schools want to come back. They understand that they're working with students that have very special needs and that that's what's best for their students. I have not personally received any information from any teachers that had any qualms about coming back.
I think we have.
I wish they reach out to me first.
I'll send them to you.
No, we have.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to make this statement here. I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I understand that there will be some loss of learning, and that's one side of it. Then the other side is that some of the very students we're talking about are at a greater risk. And that's why I'm stuck spinning in space, because I want to do what's in the best interest of all of our students. And right now, my thinking is allowing them to stay the way it is. This is my thinking. And from speaking with some parents and some staff, and in an email that I just received regarding this, I'm trying to understand the benefit. So would it be optional at the parents' discretion if they want to keep their children home versus, okay, we say, hey, special ed students can come back, those with the severe situations can come back 4 days. Do a parent have the freedom to say, not my child?
You know, we want to be sure that we're providing FAPE to children, free appropriate public education. And so what we're asking for tonight is to allow the children to access that 4 days a week. If parents feel strongly about that, I think we can work with them if they don't feel like the students need to be in for 4 days. But again, I have not gotten, and I have talked to many parents, I haven't gotten any feedback that they did not want the students to come regularly to school.
And if I could just add to that, going back to the slide that Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport had up with 126 in face-to-face, 127 in virtual, the parents are exercising that option. And kind of getting back to Mr. Mitnick's question about 2 days, the board does have the flexibility to set a specific date if the board decides to allow our students in specialized programs to come back 4 days a week or more than 2. The board has that flexibility too. You could give us a specific date that we could exercise before our October school board meeting. We have to understand that one of the biggest challenges that we're looking at is the services that some of our students in these specialized programs were not able to receive because of COVID hitting in March. So that 6-month gap that we normally would look at for learning loss and some other issues for general education students is about twice as much for some of these students in these specialized programs. So the board has some flexibility here, because we're always looking for compromise if it's not going to be the set recommendation of 4 days. We asked Ms. Whitley's team to communicate with every teacher in every specialized education program. They were on board as soon as the board decided to make sure that we would come back 2 days. I also want to make it very clear that even though general education staff is required to be in buildings Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the majority are there every day. You come to Suffolk Public Schools buildings tomorrow, you'll see it. So I think we kind of want to get away from the thought process of only having special education, specialized program teachers there on certain days, because the majority of the staff in the buildings are there anyway. We just want to make sure that we can kind of give these kids the support. I kind of see where you were going, Mr. Riddick, with the flexibility of a parents having that choice. We don't have a problem with that. We just need to make sure that we can have that communication with that parent, because the transportation issue comes into play where we've got to be able to notify transportation that these students are only coming on certain days.
Let me ask you this. For the ones who are doing it virtually, what are they doing?
Well, that's been really interesting because the classroom teachers have been able to incorporate them in with the activities that they're doing with students at school. So they're able to participate. And I actually saw several different classrooms that were in action when I visited this past week. And it was exciting to see because the children were excited to be able to see their peers, even though they couldn't see all of them face to face. And the students that were participating virtually were really excited. I was introduced when I came into some of the classrooms, and so I got to see the kids virtually as well as face to face, and they were really excited to be able to participate that way as well.
So I guess what I'm saying is they were actually participating virtually?
Yeah, they were online with their peers
Okay,
for some of the activities.
okay. So the ones that they could do, they were doing. So they weren't actually not doing anything. They were actually participating with peers in their classroom. Okay. Okay. So this is an action item. Do you all have any more questions?
Is it possible maybe we could, because I don't believe in making a decision without more data. It's only been 2 days. Is it possible if we could table this and come back for a special meeting for this only, to give us more time to get more response from staff, the teachers, teachers' assistants, and allow parents to weigh in, and also to get some information from our advisory committee regarding this, because I want to do what's in the best interest of our children. And if I would have to vote tonight, it would be no. So I want to get more information. That's just my request. I can only speak for myself. I don't know if that's possible.
Any other comments or
Madam Vice
is that a
Chair,
motion?
I would like also more information. I agree with Mr. Riddick. Before we haphazardly make a decision, we need to weigh in on all. And I realize, education is extremely important to me. I still am an educator, although retired. And it is important that our students' needs are being met, but at the same time, we have to look at the health and safety of our students and our employees, and we have to weigh all of these things. So if we could have a little more time to study it, I would appreciate it as well.
I agree. Is there a motion?
So, Madam Chair, I move that we table this item and we set a meeting. Excuse me.
Our implementation of this probably wasn't going to be for a couple of weeks anyway, so would your suggestion, or could your suggestion be to table it to the October meeting? And then we bring it back then. This way we'll have approximately 1 month's worth of data for the board to be able to review.
That would be.
That's perfect.
Excellent. I would agree with that.
Madam Chair, I move that we table this agenda item to our October school board meeting.
Okay. Second the motion? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
I'm voting no, and I'd like it to be on the record that I do think we should honor those parents who want to bring them back for 4 days a week and give them that option. And I think that was the recommendation of the memo we got, so I'm voting no.
Motion carried.
Okay. Item number 3 is President Trump's executive order deferring payroll tax for Social Security from September 1st through December 20th. Ms. Forsman, would you give us some information on how that would work? Because from what I've heard, it doesn't sound too inviting, but to me, but please tell us how that would work.
On August 8th, President Trump signed a memorandum allowing payroll tax, FICA tax is what it's called, the portion of the FICA tax that is non-Medicare, to be deferred from September 1 through December 30th, and then paid back January through April. His original intention was not for it to be paid back, but the IRS came out with a ruling on August 31st saying that it must be paid back, that it can only be deferred and it cannot be forgiven. So our recommendation to you all, and employers have the option to opt out. Our recommendation to you all is that this is not in the best interest of our employees. It makes Suffolk Public Schools a collector of taxes, if you will, because if the employee leaves before December 31st, it's incumbent upon us to collect that tax from them and take it out of their check if they have one last check left, or pay it if they do not. So it puts the liability onto the school division. It is not in the best interest of the employee, because while they might have a little bit of extra in their paycheck, and it's 6.2% of their gross pay, so it's not a lot. While they might have a little extra September through December, even if our payroll system could do that, which it currently cannot, we're working towards that with the vendor, because we were anticipating whether or not you all would agree to this. But even if we could do it, it can only be prospective. So if our vendor can't do it in October or until November, we can't even start it until then. You can't go backwards. And so while they might receive a little bit of extra September through December, we have to take it back, double January through April. So it really isn't in the best interest of the employee.
So my question is, this is Social Security, is that correct?
Yes, the portion of Social Security.
So they would not take out Social Security until December, and then double up taking it from January to April.
And thus confusing employees tremendously.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
We've
Okay.
had lots of calls in our office already of folks requesting that we not do this. This was not something they wanted us to do, but we felt like since it is an employer opt-out, individual employees cannot opt out. The employer has to decide whether or not to do it. We thought that the board should be the one to vote and tell us whether or not they agree that the school board should opt out and not do this.
Board members, this is an action item. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that Suffolk Public Schools opt out of deferring payroll tax.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The next 4 items are information items. We can take them together or individually, your preference. They are item number 4, amending Chapter 4, Section 4-6.1, Statement of Policy, Contractual Authority of School Superintendent, contracts not requiring sealed bids or competitive negotiation. That's item number 4. This is an information item. We make no decision. That's this first readings. Ordinance 20/20-2, amending Chapter Section 4-611.1, other professional services and non-transportation related construction cost exception. Number 6, Ordinance 20/20-3, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-8.1, early appearances defined to 5 minutes for presentation, more than 6 speakers, equal time allotted. This is information. Number 7, Ordinance 20/21-4, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-8.1, late appearances defined, notice requirement. These are all information items for first reading.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Mitnick? Yes.
May I ask that the Policy Review Committee consider clarifying in ordinance 2021-3 and 2021-4 what the term Suffolk community means. As I emailed the Policy Review Committee, I think there are some exceptions to that need to be considered, whether they're classroom teachers who live outside of Suffolk, or, as I pointed out, perhaps parents that are separated or divorced and they both have joint custody. And if the parent that lives outside of Suffolk, we would be prohibiting them from bringing their concerns before the board. And I think those two policies, that Suffolk community needs to be clarified. And I'd like to ask that the Policy Review Committee consider that.
Yes, indeed, and you should have received, or it was added to the ESB. An amendment was made and added to the ESB to those two policies based on your recommendation, a definition of Suffolk community. There was a revision.
I did not see it revised in the ESB.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
It's revised. It says it at the
It's
top.
revised at the top. So if you'll go back to ESB, I think Ms. Story and Mr. Riddick, you've seen it?
Yeah,
Is that
it's right
correct?
here.
It's
on
been
there.
revised.
It says revised.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Maybe is there a way, I think both that we can be notified when something like that is modified?
Well,
that would be great. Because it wasn't put up that way. So if we could just get a notification, if something goes up in one way and then it's modified for the next way so that all the board members know, can we?
I think Mr. Mitnick was the one that had a question about it, so it went up, but that's a good idea, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah. We can do that. Okay. Did you see it, Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, I do see it.
Okay, okay.
I appreciate it.
And,
But
Mrs.
since it was
Stewart-
made
Mrs.
public
Stewart,
in the local paper, I'm wondering if that revision should be read.
it's,
Just to describe the Suffolk community. It may be helpful for people who saw it and reacted, if they would know what it means.
this is your first reading, so this is your first reading as a board. So we're not making a decision, this is just an informational item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8, resolution number 20-21/21-8A, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, and Phyllis C. Byram, Chair, Judith Brooks Buck, Vice Chair, and board members Karen L. Jenkins, Loretta W. Mayo, Tyron D. Riddick, and David P. Mitnick, all in their official capacity ratifying the notice of appeal filed with the clerk of the Circuit Court for the City of Suffolk and authorizing the law firm of Sullivan Collins to take all necessary steps to prosecute an appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the case of Sherry D. Story versus Suffolk City School Board et al. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Board members, please vote.
I have a question in between.
We have a question, Ms. Story.
So the intent to appeal has already been filed?
Mr. Waller, would you?
What has been filed is what is called the notice of appeal, and that's filed at the circuit court level. And that is done to preserve the right for the board to actually appeal the case to the Supreme Court. There is a 30-day time period in which to note the appeal. So if the appeal was not noted, it would the board would actually lose out because tonight would be beyond, or tomorrow would be beyond the 30-day period in which to preserve the right to appeal. So it's a two-step process. The first step is simply giving notice to the actual trial court, and then the next step following this vote tonight would be submitting a petition for a writ of review to the Supreme Court of Virginia.
So when was it decided to do the intent to appeal?
Well, the notice to appeal.
Notice to appeal?
The notice to appeal was something that was talked about while the case was still going on.
Madam Chair?
Oh, wait. I have some more questions. I'm sorry. So what is the approximate cost and who pays for this process?
I think
That's a conflict
that-
of interest.
That's, at this particular point in time, there's a question on the floor. There's a motion on the floor.
Was she still asking
Asking
questions?
questions about the motion or about?
Yeah, this
Okay.
is still about the motion. There is no cost to the school division for it because it's all covered by the insurance carrier. Nor is there a deductible. So all of the cost for the legal fees is paid by Versa.
Even the appeal is as well?
Yes.
And there's no limit to that?
Of course, there's a limit. The policy limit is $1 million.
Is that's per whatever?
That's per occurrence.
Madam Chair, I would request a point of privilege here.
Yes, sir.
I don't feel comfortable as a named defendant discussing pertinent information pursuant to a case involving the person who has taken us to court. I don't see how that would be at any way not a conflict of interest. So I really would like that my counsel, who is representing me and the other board members, but I can only speak for myself. I don't know the other board members' feeling. I wish that they would cease any other conversation that is involving representing us or myself with the plaintiff.
Madam Chair, I call for the question.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry. Question was that the board member, resolution of the school board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, and Phyllis Byram, Chair, Judith Brooks Bucks, Vice Chair, and board members Karen Jenkins, Loretta Mayo, Tyron Riddick, David Mitnick, all in the official capacity, ratifying the notice of appeal filed with the clerk of the circuit court for the City of Suffolk and authorizing a law firm, a Civilian Collins to take all necessary steps to prosecute an appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the case of Sherry D. Story versus Suffolk School Board. The motion was given by Tyron Riddick and seconded by Karen Jenkins.
You call for the question.
I'm sorry. The motion on the floor was to approve the Resolution 20-21-8, motion by Tyron Riddick, second by Karen Jenkins.
All right. We need to vote.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins. Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
No.
Motion passed.
At this point in time, we have speakers, public speakers on non-agenda items. Our first speaker is Nicole Liebeck, and I believe this is a letter.
It is. I
Madam
need to read the
Clerk.
statement first.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll have a statement first, which gives us the parameters of public speaking, and we'll go with the letter from Ms. Liebeck.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. Refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance as construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Refrain from obscurities, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. Comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of this discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative and repetitive remarks, and refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievances matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by the state law or where appropriate court proceedings. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but would not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant of arms at all board meetings. The officers shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officers, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administrative building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board.
Thank you. We will hear Nicole Liebeck's letter.
To the entire Suffolk School Board, I would like to make sure you hear or read, as the case may be, my words directly and not through all of the noise that is on Facebook and other social media platforms. First of all, I am a parent, the parent of 2 students in the Sleepy Hole Bureau, but also an involved adult in at least one other child's education in Suffolk Public Schools. Both yesterday and today, I helped both of my children navigate technology issues, being learned how to interface with a system that hasn't been easy to figure out. The instructional material would be sufficient if the Google Drive actually allowed my students to upload from the box itself, but it does not. My middle schooler figured out a workaround for both himself as well as sister and another elementary student, all while watching teachers struggle with technology issues coming from their respective school sites. Is the system perfect? No. Could I do better? I could not speak to that, but what I can speak to is that every single person I have interacted with from either Florence Bowser or John Yates Middle School have been quick to address my child's issue and find a solution. They have worked hard, probably harder than they would have worked in the traditional first 2 days of the school year, but they are showing up for the children in their classes and their schools. I called today to Florence Bowser to get assistance for a student who was logging on at my house to be able to connect in a live session with their teacher. I was told I would be called back to get more information. Do you know how long it took for the media specialist to call me back? 3 minutes. For the second day of school, when issues were and are still happening, I did not expect to get a return call that quickly. I applaud the whole team. Please recognize all of the staff that are working hard to meet students where they are and help them recover and move forward. I would hate for the noise on social media to be the only voices you hear. Thank you, Nicole Liebeck.
Next person is Gregory Jackson on virtual learning issues. Mr. Jackson.
Hello. My name is Gregory Jackson. I'm a parent of a kindergarten and first grade student at Northern Shores Elementary. I just wanted to express some of my concerns with the virtual learning. This was my daughter's first experience of school, and I feel like it was completely botched. Because I don't think just surviving is, I think that's kind of a bar that's too low. Sitting in front of a computer while the teacher tries to get things running, logging off and on multiple times, having zero consistency, unable to keep on schedule is not a good first impression. Even the events, or lack thereof, prior to school starting was kind of disheartening. First thing we received, which was just 3 days prior to the school was an impersonal PowerPoint orientation. Went through an assembly line to get our Chromebooks. We never met the teacher face-to-face or in person. The first 3 days have been filled with connection problems, lagging to the point where it's impossible to make out a sentence. This was not the first experience my daughter deserved. At this point, she's completely lost interest in participating in school. It's very hard to get her involved right now. The school orientation could have been conducted in an outside setting, in small groups. That would have been an option. There were several missed opportunities to meet the teachers, like when we picked up the Chromebooks, or even a virtual meeting, which could even doubled as a test run for the Canvas before school started. That leads me to ask why there was no test run done, because I'm sure a lot of things could have been avoided if we did do something like that. Also, why don't the schools have an actual IT support within the building? At least help for the first few weeks. And I don't mean one IT for every 100 teachers like in other districts I've heard of. I was told today at my children's school that they don't have any IT people, just people that walk around and help assist. And that's not working. You did just talk about hiring extra custodial staff temporarily. I think maybe that's a good idea to do with IT personnel as well. Lastly, like myself, there are many parents with multiple students in the home doing virtual schooling. I've had instances where teachers are giving parents instructions during class. Parents with multiple students cannot be expected to be able to monitor and assist simultaneous classes. You cannot also expect kindergartners and first graders to be computer literate. The younger children have a hard time navigating computers, will ultimately just lose interest. Then it is up to parents to try to motivate them to push on. That's another large task for us, especially when we're frustrated as well. The biggest point with all this is that the virtual schooling for the younger students, like first grade and kindergarten, is not a productive learning environment for them. I urge the board to immediately reassess other options for those students before the 9 weeks, because 9 more weeks of this learning, I think, will do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Miss Amy Shroka, special needs needing additional time.
So I can read it. My name is Amy Soroka. My daughter Jennifer attends Kings Fork High School. Her diagnosis is called Dravet syndrome, and it includes catastrophic epilepsy and severe developmental delays. When she was first diagnosed at 11 months, we were told to begin to prepare funeral arrangements as she would not live to see her 5th birthday. At that point, my husband and I vowed that every single day for Jennifer would be quality of life. July 4th, we celebrated her 17th birthday. We are aware that tomorrow is not promised. Her delays keep her at about a 3-year-old cognitive level, and her one true joy daily is school. During a normal school year, she will get off the school bus and 20 minutes later ask to go back to school. On Saturdays, 10 times a day, I get, "Mom, can I go to school?" For the last 6 months, 300 times a day, I got, "Mom, can I go to school now?" We live less than a mile from the high school, and driving past that high school is horrendous. We are also a military family. My husband has been active duty in the Marine Corps for 28 years. Through that time, we've compromised, but we've now chosen Suffolk as our forever home. When this pandemic started in March, the original phone call we got was that the schools were shut down that following Monday for a cleaning, and we were going to reopen. And then the governor shut the state down for 2 weeks, and then a month, and another month, and on and on and on it continues. The uncertainty of this whole stay-at-home order has turned my family upside down. She had been working spectacularly on goals with her teachers while in school. She got along with a new friend who was also a fellow military child. Most of her IEP goals revolve around hands-on, one-to-one, interactive work. Counting change at the coffee kennel. Having packets of paper to do seat work at home doesn't click with my child. Not to mention, she has a full-time tremor from catastrophic epilepsy and over 14 different medications she takes to control those seizures and other delays. Trying to get her to focus at home is difficult to near impossible. She doesn't equate schoolwork with the home environment. She knows I'm not her teacher, I'm her mom. She also has to have limits on spending any kind of time outside during warm weather because it will bring on catastrophic seizures. She needs more help than I can possibly know or understand. That is one of the main reasons when she was 3 years old and qualified for PEEP in Newport News, I opted to never homeschool my child. These things that she also qualifies for extended school year. When I found out that extended school year was just going to be another packet of papers for seat work, I opted out. I instead spent my money to get her jewelry making supplies, more art supplies and paper, and another educational app for her iPad. These things, however, do not and will not make up for her great need to be in the classroom. I talked with one particular set of parents of a classmate of my daughter's, and they asked me to speak on their behalf tonight. The Reeds are a dual working family. Mom is also active duty military, just like my husband. And her husband is a mechanic. Both are considered essential workers. They don't get days off. Their daughter is 17 and also cognitively delayed and in my daughter's classroom. She has a younger sister in middle school who has to do virtual learning and watch her big sister, making it utterly impossible for the oldest child to participate online learning. When you consider the learning needs, a child with low cognitive function who regresses, needs the interaction with her peers and instructors, most of these children thrive on a schedule.
Thank you, Ms. Saruco. Your time is up.
Thank you. Heather Landis, Elementary Schools and Virtual Learning.
I have a letter, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I don't know how much further she had to go. I don't know if we can catch her now, but could we extend? I don't know if she's out the door or not, if someone can get her, if that's possible.
I think right now it would probably not be the best idea. We could have if we had thought about doing it before she
She's
left.
right there.
If you do it, you're going to have to do it for everybody.
I understand that we only have 2 additional speakers. I would move that we give her an additional 2 minutes to state her piece. This is the information that we said we wanted to know more about.
Ms. Shiroka, do you think you could finish in about 2 minutes?
My last paragraph on all of this was this, and I appreciate you letting me come back up. Going 4 days a week she would get more out of that than having paperwork at home. I have never seen my child depressed, but I truly believe she's showing signs of that now. But she does not have the cognitive ability to communicate that to me. So I'm working with her medical staff to guess at whether or not we should be putting my child on yet another medication to possibly control depression. Fortunately, like I said, she's not able to express. And today, after having been in the classroom for 2 full days, she was sullen and angry and uncooperative and obstinate. And to her, it seemed that I pulled the rug out from underneath her. Not you, because she doesn't know you, but me, because I didn't put her on the school bus this morning. I pulled the rug out from underneath my child. It took her I took away her precious school time and her beloved friends and her beloved teachers. This is what you need to consider before October. This needs to be talked about, not in 9 weeks, but now. My child cannot go one more day virtual. She will regress beyond repair.
Thank you. Heather Landis, you said you have a letter, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members. Elementary schools and virtual learning must be addressed. I have a second grader at Pioneer Elementary whom had a horrible first week back to school. As we are in the rural area of Suffolk, we, number one, have little access to reliable internet. The Khajiit devices didn't work anywhere in our house for a strong enough signal to stream anything. Would barely open the internet. Number two, a second grader can't be expected to know how to navigate through different windows for assignments and submit or open in new windows to edit and send back to a teacher via a share button when they still can barely read. I have voiced my concerns with the principal and now voicing here. Elementary schools need to open back up face-to-face to allow these children the opportunity to learn. My daughter and I have both spent the past 3 days crying because I just want her to learn and she wants to learn. Being a working mom, it's impossible to help her and do my work at the same time. Even working from home via VPN, private schools are open. We have daycares operating in our school districts. These young kids need to be back in school. At the very least, paper packets to complete, not this virtual nonsense that I, as a parent, can't even figure out how to maneuver. Sincerely, Heather Landris, very concerned parent.
Thank you. Lydia Powell on virtual learning.
I have a letter, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I would like to say a quick word about the recent virtual learning in place for elementary. My son is a kindergartner this year at Pioneer Elementary School. My husband and I both work full-time while trying to get my son's grandmother to help us with schooling during the week. As you all know, most of Suffolk students that attend Pioneer are in very rural areas. We requested the Khajiit to allow us to get online. However, it just isn't working. There are constant glitches and you can't understand a word his teacher is saying most of the time. We are not even showing as participants in the course. The recorded videos take 20 to 30 minutes to load and then buffer throughout the entire 20-minute lesson, making it impossible for a 5-year-old to sit still and keep interested. It is clear that internet will not get better quickly, and it's a very huge expense that I'm sure the school nor parents want to incur to run lines to all rural students. There has to be better options. There has to be a way to get these young students in the school buildings. Full hazmat suits would work and cost a lot less than Chromebooks and Khajiits. Kidding, sort of. I understand having high schoolers home and even middle schoolers, but these young kids need the structure and support of an in-person learning environment. This is a critical time in their development, and sitting at a computer or relying on parents to teach when they already have a full schedule is simply failing our youth. Thank you, Lydia Powell.
Thank you. At this point in time, we have time for business by board members. Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, Dr. Brooks-Buck, thank you. First thing I'd like to say is, I'd like to say something to all of our school employees. I know this past week has been tough on you all, but I appreciate all the work that you put into getting ready for Tuesday, September the 8th, and all your patience in working with it. I've read countless comments that our teachers have made, comments that our parents have made, and I just want you to know how much we appreciate everything you did to get ready for the beginning of the school year. Please keep it up. Even though there may be challenges that you face, we do appreciate the countless hours that you've put into it. And I just want you to know that I, for one, appreciate it. And not only our teachers, but that goes for all of our school employees, our bus drivers, technology department, our food service workers, the custodians in the building. You all are my hero, and I appreciate all that you've done. I was reading in the information packet that we received under the summer school report that we need to congratulate 37 newest graduates from Suffolk Public Schools. I'm sorry that you didn't have a graduation, but that's the way it is right now, but I do want to say congratulations to you. Again, I would like to reiterate some of the words of Dr. Branch was, please be kind and please be patient with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins?
Thank you, Vice Chair. First of all, I just want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to our frontline superheroes. And that includes all teachers, all staff, volunteers, parents, family members, friends, and last but not least, the students. I had the privilege of having to sit with my granddaughter who's in the first grade this morning for her whole class because her mom got called out to work. And it was interesting. I can understand that there will be some challenges, but we made it fun. You know, whether she got a question right or wrong, we made it fun. The teacher was phenomenal. This is at Nansemond Parkway. When she had to find something in the house that started with the first letter of her name, which was Amelia, she grabbed her aunt and put her right in front of the screen, and her name was Ashlyn, so she did well. And I'm excited about how the teachers are adapting to our new way of learning. This is just the way it is. It's not something that just starts with Suffolk. It's all over. And I just appreciate all of you for all the hours and the time that you put in. I know it's not easy. I don't even think I could do it myself, but I appreciate you. And last week, just like Board Member Riddick, I visited many schools, and even behind the mask, I could see the smiles and the excitement from the staff, giving out the Chromebooks and, you know, distributing book bags and other school supplies, because even if they're at home, they need school supplies. And I know, speaking for myself, the decision to do online learning was because we care about your life. Simple as that, with the health. Just yesterday, one of our neighboring districts had to send out a letter because some of the kids or staff tested positive for COVID. This is what happens when you bring a large group together. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We want your kids to go to school. We want them to go to school. But we also want them to have a long life and not end because we did something so hasty and did so quick. This is for our staff and for our students. And I know some people don't want to hear it. It doesn't matter, like I said, what decision we make.
Everybody's not going to be happy, but my decision was based on the health of our students, our staff, and making sure that I'm not going to be responsible for getting the email that we put everybody in school and we had all these tragedies. So I hope that soon we can get everybody back in school at a normal, what we used to call normal, because right now this is our normal with virtual learning. The desk drive that Dr. Gordon, with his heart, felt that, hey, let's see what we can do to even try to make the virtual learning in the home a little better for kids that didn't have desks. I applaud you for that. That was great. I know we had trouble with traffic, but I call that good trouble. The kids, I think it was 921 desks that was distributed to the students. That's amazing. And I've seen parents say that it helped their kids feel like they were a part of a classroom because they had the desk. So I appreciate that and everybody that was involved with that. And for our teachers and staff who's in the schools and in the buildings, please make sure that you follow the COVID safety guidelines. Wear your mask. I know now you're seeing people, your friends and colleagues that you haven't seen in a long time, but it still needs to be 6 feet, because things happen when you step outside the guidelines. So if we follow the guidelines, we can see that we can move forward to maybe bringing everybody back together. I appreciate everybody for whatever you've done. If you picked up a piece of trash, whatever you've done, we appreciate you for everything. Don't ever think we're just throwing you to the wolves and we don't appreciate you. We can't do it without you. Simple as that, we can't. And we appreciate you going to school, learning how to do all of this, and then putting it in Suffolk Public School. Thank you so much.
Ready?
I'm going to make mine brief. First and foremost, I want to just say to Dr. Gordon and the SAO team, you all have done an excellent job, and I want to say thank you because you pulled through. We had a great opening. We've had some challenges, but we have met those challenges head on. And I just want to say thank you for that as well. Thank you for being innovative. Thank you for Suffolk being ahead of the curve. And by us being ahead of the curve, to most of those other school divisions in our state, they're looking to us for answers, and that's the model. And that proves that we are building the best SPS, and we're moving forward in the right direction. I want to also give a huge shout out to, God, I just can't say the maintenance department because there were so many departments they are working that day. But to Mr. Napier and his team, Ms. Forsman, I think Ms. Hicks was out there too. When we was at the surplus sale, everybody, despite what position, what alphabet you have behind your last name, everybody was out there working hand in hand, meeting Suffolkians, getting the request in and getting the product out. I had the privilege to be there. I think I got there about an hour or so later than when it started. But I was able to be there up until 30 minutes before we closed. And God knows, people were excited. And some people was kind of, baffled because of, we didn't shut it down. I want to be clear. It was the police department that shut it down. It wasn't us. We was prepared to keep rolling up until I think it was 2 o'clock. But I want to say thank you to Ms. Forsman and Mr. Napier. And they say when you start calling names, you miss people. But to everybody that was out there, I want to say thank you because it was a hot day. I was out there with you, working hand in hand beside you. It was a hot day, but our staff, we band together and we did what we had to do for our children. And that's a prime example of the fabric that makes up Suffolk Public School, despite what you see from a minor few. That spoke volumes to what Suffolk Public School is, because everybody was working together. Furthermore, I want to give a shout out to John F. Kennedy Middle School and the staff there. Oh my God, the school is immaculate. When I took a tour of the school, my breath was taken away. They have tapped into the resources of the Alumni Association. The community is getting behind the school, and they're painting walls and moving out desks and other stuff that's been there since 1964. And I mean, it's such a village mindset where everyone is pitching in a hand to help our student learning environment improve. Also, I went out to Kings Fork Middle School, and they're doing the daggone thing. No, it's bad English, but I'm going to say it again. They're doing the daggone thing at Kings Fork Middle School. I mean, the school spirit was immaculate. From the face mask to dealing with parents who didn't understand that, greeted us at the door with tension. The staff dealt with it in a very loving manner and calmed down. Parents who was already worked up and addressed some situations, and it was just smooth sailing. And that's what I like to see. Going out there, I don't go to our schools to, get in the way, but I go there to see how I can help you, help our children, because that's what we're elected to do, to help you help our children, whether it's through policy or if you need me to push a broom because we're short, I can help you. Because that's what we're here for. We're here to bear ye one another's burdens. But then I also want to give another shout out to my alma mater, the prestigious Kings Fork High School. Oh my God, Dr. Gordon, when I went to that facility, I thought I was entering a college campus. The appearance of Kings Fork High School is transforming. And if you have not been, wait your turn, you can go, because good God Almighty, it is breathtaking. We got to celebrate the great things we're doing, and to the maintenance department, I see where the work is going, and I want to say thank you, because it's not easy. It's hot. God knows it was hot on those days I went to those schools. So in closing, I said I wasn't going to be before you long, but I asked that the Suffolk residents please reach out to their city council members. And I'm going to say it clear. We cannot do anything about the broadband issue here in the city of Suffolk as a school division. We can mitigate the effects such as a Wi-Fi buzz, but then we take the rest of that being vandalized or whatever. This issue is an issue that our local city government is going to have to work with our state delegate to get additional resources to come to the city of Suffolk so we can increase our digital blueprint. That's what we have to do. So to those who are out in the rural areas and those who are in the inner city who are having hard times, I implore you to reach out to the City of Suffolk, 757-514-4000, and you ask for the clerk of the City Council, and you speak with them and leave a message for your representative and asking them that, hey, this is an issue, it affects us, could you please address it? Because it's only so much we as a board can do. In closing, Dr. Gordon and your team, I just want to say thank you for a job well done. To the parents, I want to say thank you for corralling your students. I've seen all of the pictures on Facebook in the learning environments. To our students, don't give up. You're only 2 days in. It will get better. No one is an expert to this, and we're learning as we go. In the words of Dr. Gordon, we're building a plane while we're flying, and we're not going to crash. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Story.
Thank you. I can say ditto to all the kudos. It certainly was a monumental effort to be able to do this. And I know there were a lot of hours put in on everyone's end. And that's just to be commended. I've said a lot of thank yous on social media, and I will continue to say them for the good things that have happened. I am a little disappointed tonight that we did not follow the recommendation of our SPED leader, who wanted more time for SPED students in the classroom. I think we heard the passionate plea. I think that I wish we had done that. But I also want to know, again, I'm going to ask Dr. Gordon that you consider, I know we have some good reports, but just please consider getting K through 3 back into the classroom. I think this is very, very difficult for the majority of students. I think we have some, we had a stellar example of kindergarten, but I think overall, our students are really going to struggle. So, you know, we might say it's only day 3, but then you might say, well, it's only week 2 or only week 3, but then that's added to the other 4 or 5 months they didn't do anything. So it's like 4 months and 2 weeks, 4 months and 3 weeks, 4 months or 6 months that they're just not getting instruction. And I am fearful that they're falling way behind. Even if we get them logged on, if the data says that they're logged on, that is different than if they are able to be on a receiving end of some quality time to learn. And I would hate to see, I think another 9 weeks is a very long time for little ones, K, first grade, second grade. I think it's a very long time to think that they might continue to not get instruction for reading, especially, and that education component really concerns me. I've had parents ask about CCAP. Is it a possibility with all the hands-on that, and they're sort of spread out in big rooms? Can we get them back and try that? So I'm passing that along to you. I think that, I have a question. What is the school's recommendation or regulation about parent observation in Canvas, Dr. Gordon, for elementary, middle, and high school? Do we have any regulation that's different from one age group to the other in terms of parent being present?
The way we've set Canvas up is that students can only see the teacher. They cannot see the other students in the classroom. So it's the same as a parent actually just observing the teacher. Some of the tips that we've actually shared will ask parents to make sure that the student is actually the one that's participating in the instruction, not the parent themselves.
Right.
But it's going to be very, very challenging for us to inform our family that they can't be in the same room as the teacher.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Dr. Gordon. And then I hope that thank you very much, Dr. Gordon. I concur. I thought the desk idea was great. That was an excellent idea. Thank you for putting those out there. I gave you kudos on that. And the other thing, I think that really you indicated that you were visiting a lot of the schools right off the bat, and I thank you for that. I think that walking through and getting firsthand knowledge is really important for all of us to see what's going on. I ask that you keep especially a vigilant eye on AlphaBest. That is a tough program, and you know, I visited and it just broke my heart with little kids crying because it's very difficult if they're at a desk alone in the middle of the gym and there's just not a lot of help going around, because it's not like our workers and AlphaBest workers aren't doing anything. They are. They're doing their very, very best, but there's a lot of children, and because they're spread out, it's like covering the entire gym. And I really would like maybe an update on that, just in a memo in a week. What can we do for those little ones? Because it's a very, very difficult situation for them with a lot of hours. So I'll continue to visit and just continue to try to monitor that we give the absolute best we can in all these different areas. I think that's really important. I would appreciate if we could get an update in particular on the swim teams. It seems that because we didn't contract the YMCA this year, that there's going to be a charge. Now, I don't even know if we're going to get back to that particular sport in the winter, but I assume that we'll be covering that cost for our teams now. Is that what you're planning on doing?
Yes, we always have covered charges, and there has been an increase per lane for the Y, but Dr. Lee is already on top of it. He's already begun to negotiate a price, but as a reminder, our winter sports do not begin until December 7th. So we still have plenty of time to be able to cover that. It's the same thing as us covering our Virginia High School League competition cost anyway. So we're not really concerned about the cost for our swim lanes.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Thank you. I appreciate that confirmation, just so that it's not falling on parents. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Wonderful. Again, I want to encourage all of our teachers and staff to try to get some rest this weekend. I know it's hard to put it down and all the hours and all the texts that come in, but for your own emotional and social health, please try to find a space to relax, take a nap, go out for a bike ride, do something that you're not at this 24/7, because this could be long-term, and we need everyone to be able to protect their own mental health. So I really encourage you to, carve out your own private time, turn your phone off, turn the email off, just take a rest for yourself so you are at your best when you come back to it. Because I know that we're only at day 3, so we have a ways to go. So please protect yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you. And these are 2 simple words that express my gratitude for the commitment, dedication, and hard work exhibited by Dr. Gordon and the school administrative office staff, and that dedicated team of staff members who work tirelessly to ensure that our students' virtual learning experience would be a success. We're grateful, of course, to our teachers, because it could not have been easy receiving the training. Some teachers, of course, they get it. They are technologically savvy and they move, and then there are others who have had some challenges in learning, but they are all in it together. And I thank you so much for your hard work, teachers, as you continue to work to implement that program. In fact, the entire SPS family is to be commended. All of our departments, and you've heard this before from other board members, maintenance, the teaching and learning department, food service, transportation, finance, technology, all of you, because it takes the efforts of all of our SPS staff. I would like to say that I do serve the Holy Neck Borough, and I know that there have been some challenges with the internet service, and I've had some conversations with some of our parents, and we were able to come up with some solutions for some of our parents and our students in that borough. And we'll continue to work, but Mr. Riddick made a very important statement when he said that we need to work together in the city to ensure that this service is for all of the citizens, the ones out in the rural area, as well as those who live in our urban and our suburban areas. Our city is most unique in that you have all types of living, from the urban type of living to the rural. So the needs of our citizens in regard to the internet service, that really does need to be addressed. Please know that the health and safety of our students and employees are first and foremost as we move forward to educate our students. And that the 3 things that Dr. Branch mentioned, and I believe it was one of our supervisors that said patience, kindness, and being flexible. We are just into this, just 3 days into our school year. And so these 3 things, I think, if you focus on those, take a deep breath, work together, know that Rome wasn't built in a day. We're all in this together. We're building the best SPS, and I love that. I love that, Dr. Gordon. And we have to work together to do this. So thank you to all of you. And then I'm going to end with this note. I was talking with one of our teachers, and this teacher said, we'll end this together, we're going to do this, we're going to get through this, and her theme was, I will survive. So you're going to survive it, and we're going to make it through. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Vice Chair, to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to say thank you to all of you. You all have done a marvelous job. And as I've told you since last March, nobody is prepared for what we've had to go through. Nobody's trained to do it. Nobody's been prepared for it. This is not a situation that anybody could have planned for and have everything fall into place. Nobody could do it. You all have done a marvelous job doing what you do. And all I can do is add thank you to everybody else's thank you. I do want to say this to you. First of all, let me just thank you, Ms. Hicks, for a marvelous job. You have done a great job tonight, and thank you for helping me, okay? I'm going to tell Phyllis I miss her, okay? I really do, and thank you, Dr. Gordon. And thank you, Mr. Waller, as well. I want to say this before I forget. Please tell people who come in here, if you are coming in here, wear a mask when you come in here. Keep your mask on when you're in here and you're not speaking at the podium. Respect the rights of other people when you come in and you're sitting in here with the rest of us. It's a matter of respect. It's not a matter of politics at all. It's a matter of respect. And I think everyone ought to do that, respecting the rights of others. The other thing is, when we have, and this is just an announcement, when we have committee meetings, remember that the committee meetings are broadcast. The reason that we broadcast them is because we cannot have extra people in the rooms. There's not space for social distancing. That's a safety precaution for everybody, and everyone is expected to abide by that. Just keep those things in mind, please, and please respect them. Now, I want to say this. Thank you for letting me come. Where are you? Thank you for letting me come and participate with Dr. Hammond. That was wonderful. I don't know who chose her. I don't know where that came from, but that was excellent. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, if that was your idea. She did an outstanding job, and as you could tell from my reaction, that was wonderful. There are some workshops and there are some activities that are just special, and she just did a marvelous job. I mean, all the way around, she covered all the bases. And I hope that, I felt like from the responses that I saw from teachers, that they got a lot from it as well. Mr. Waller, I want to thank you for clarifying some things for us this evening. It is unfortunate to me when there are rumors, whether they're on purpose, whether they're just from people who are misinformed or whatever. The school system is not taking dollars from anyone to cover our appeal. So to stop the misinformation, the misleading stories, the falsehoods, the tales, the tall tales, small tales, or whatever kind of tales, we're not spending any instructional dollars. I hope you listen very carefully. We have insurance to cover those things, and the appeal will be covered by that. So wherever you see information that is not true, please stop it where it is. Because it's just not right to tell blatant stories. And they need to be stopped. Dr. Gordon and Ms. Forsman, I wanted to send you a personal note. This is not from the board, this is from me. I'm so sorry that you all had to go before council and be insulted, because you shouldn't be. You went prepared. We were asking for funds that were our funds. We were doing what we're supposed to do. We go in and ask if we may change what we originally asked for the money for to be used for what we need to use it for. It was our money. We were just asking as we should. I want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor, and I believe Mr. Goldberg, as I looked at the meeting and listened to some of the comments. I don't know where the other ones came from. I was really shocked by the ones that I heard. that were just very disappointing, and I'm sorry, I don't know where they came from, but I want to thank you for your attitudes and the way that you carried yourself. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank you for representing the school board in the manner that you did. I appreciate the way that you carried yourself, both of you, and the professional manner in which you represented the school system. We care for all of our students, and we care for all of our employees, and we want to thank you for the way that you've handled yourself this week and every time you step out of this door. We know that things don't happen as perfectly as we'd like for them to happen. We know that all things don't fall into place, Mr. Littlefield, but we know that you've worked your heart out. We know that you carried yourself. You look slimmer than you did before. You look like you've lost a few pounds because I've seen you running around. But I just want to thank you for what you've done. And I know that there are some problems that we cannot solve. If we have to get packets to people like we did before, if the Khajiits aren't working, if we have to give them some paperwork and correct some papers like we used to, good old papers always work, if we have to get them to them in the interim, I know that you all will do whatever it is you have to do so that our children can learn. And I want to say to parents who are listening, this is not going to last forever. And when this is over, we're going to do whatever we have to do to catch our children up. And I'm going to be volunteering in schools just like I used to before this all started. And I know there are going to be other people who are volunteering, and I'm signing up people now for whenever this is over so that we can go back into schools and do what we used to do. I want you all to have a great evening, and I promised myself if I could get you out of here before 10 o'clock, I would. So the rest of the items on the agenda, unless somebody has a question, are all informational items. If the board members have any questions, anybody have any questions about the informational items, the rest of the agenda, the informational items, anyone have any questions, comments, concerns? Anybody? Going once, going twice? Good evening. God bless.